Let the bits flow. More bits than... Ooh, I don't even want to think about it. Because I upped my stream bandwidth to like 10k kilobits. So it's like 10 meg per second is what I'm uploading. Or 10 megabits per second. That's a lot of... That's all of the bits. I'm sending all of the bits. Even YouTube is like, hey, this might be too many bits. And I'm like, no, you are going to take all my bits and you're going to like it. All right, let's shuffle some goods around here. I need to drop off another load of sugar beets to the wonderful grain mill there. Let's see. Where are all my containers? Okay. We want. I was just going through all the different production buildings, looking at what was needed here and there. Flour. A load of flour can be delivered to the bakery.
All right. What's this?
Oat, canola, sorghum, grapes, olives, sunflower, soybean, sugar beet. 14 million liters of sugar beet. Could not imagine if we would have grown those on a bigger field. Like, we'd still be harvesting them right now.
Yeah.
Not knowing what to do with them all. I was tempted to edit the beaverator. I did not, however, edit it. So I guess it is what it is. I'm kind of afraid to edit stuff at this point because it's like, you know, having some challenges or limitations or something. I mean, some people like that kind of play. They like, you know, they like needing 5 harvesters on a field and stuff, and I understand that. Certainly do. Let's go to the old grain mill.
Just be nice if it was easier to manage. Am I at the right place for the... Is this the flour?
Yep, this is the flour. You just manually spawn 1 million. And we're going to need... I've got sugar beets. I got sugar production going, but still quite a bit. Still only half full. So I put a lot of sugar beets in here. I really want them to be cut. Maybe I could just set up the beaverator.
Yeah, just let it passively process throughout the day.
Yeah. I don't know how it would work. I don't know how it would work with sleeping.
Yeah.
Though most things when you sleep, the machinery itself doesn't speed up. It's just time of the day.
Yep.
Like you can
So
be in
likely
the
it wouldn't.
you can be in the middle of a harvest and sleep, and it's not like the combine suddenly zip through the field. They don't speed up at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else? You know, I was just kind of browsing through all of these here. He's got all the flour, sugar's building, canola oil. Let's see. I don't think butter. Yeah, butter is full. I mean, you could do another canola oil delivery.
Sure thing.
Flour. And then we can sell some cake. Did I sell this cake? I did not. I did not. What is... Yeah, we're back down to the baseline here, but... hopefully get enough to buy the rest of the map.
Yeah.
Because we can sell some clothes. More cake.
Ah, there it is. So I'm trouble finding the unload spot for the stuff and the things.
So I was saying about the flowchart.
Yeah.
I made a flowchart for the vintage engineering mod yesterday, and it's strictly it's strictly to tell what objects are involved with the block entity of any like machine, right? So machine, a generator, battery, whatever. You are empty, sir.
Alrighty.
Go grab a load of clothes and sell them.
Clothes. Oh man, with the jitters. I think it's large part the rain.
Spawn.
Also doesn't help that we have a bajillion dollars worth of equipment out here.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
So I sat down to work on it yesterday, and I want to work on. I'm at the stage now where I want to work on the electric network manager, which is the manager object that manages all of the electric networks. I know, surprising as it is how it's named. So there's two main events that the Catenary mod fires when there's a connection made or broken. There's a connection made and there's a connection broken event. And those are the only two ways to communicate with the Catenary mod. Because it is its own separate thing. It does its own thing. It does not care about what wire or network you're actually building. All it does is the wiring. That's all it does. And when you connect a wire, it fires an event that a wire was connected. It's up to the manager to pick that event up. Now, the objects you are given in those events, the data you're given is it's I wouldn't call it basic, but it is it's not, it's generic, because remember the Catenary mod, when it fires that event, it's doing it in a way that is like agnostic to the actual network. So all it knows is the basic wire data, right? It does not care about what node you're connecting, if it's an electric node, if it's a signal node. It just is like start and end indexes, like just some basic information. So I sat down yesterday to start working on the electrical network on connected event. And I realized in order to generate an electrical network, in order to do all of this, the electrical network is the nodes on the network are electric nodes, right? So it's an interface, the I-electric node. That is actually what the electrical network stores, is all of the electric nodes on it. The problem is those are not what's sent to the object, to the event, right? It's block positions. So I was sitting there going, not having worked on it for over a week, I'm sitting there looking at this going, how am I going to get the electrical nodes? Because I forgot what object actually stores the electrical node objects, right? Because if you look at the flow chart, it goes from generic to specific, right? The very top is base API stuff. That is super generic, very, very basic. And then the one layer down is the catenary mod, which gets into the wiring generic aspect of it. And that is mainly an interface to the JSON. Because the JSON text, that's where it's going to be defined. Like what wires go where, how many wires can connect, like very, very basic like wiring side of things. And then a layer below that is the electrical network. Well, in order to communicate with the catenary mod and all those objects, I needed to figure out how the electrical node fit into all of this. Like, where is this electrical node? What object? Because I couldn't remember. So I said, well, this is a problem. Literally every time I sit down, I have to like re-educate myself as to the object model. It's called the DOM, document object model, but it's like what talks to what and where, sort of thing. So yeah, I sat down to do a flow chart to organize, like, just specifically what goes into what will go into every machine and how all the pieces fit together. I should have done one of these before I even started the project. But yeah, so it turns out that the electric node object that I need to access, that I need to drill down into, is not part of the block, nor is it part of the block entity, which would have been super easy. No, it was actually a part of the block entity behavior. So this is, yeah. So it's gonna take some wrangling to get that, but at least I have a starting point now. But yeah, I asked my brother, like, 'cause he's a big programmer and he's done some massive projects. And, I asked him, I was like, what do you do when you feel so overwhelmed by a project that you just don't see a way out? You don't see a way through it, because everywhere you look, it's like an unknown variable. It's something that you've never done before. And he basically gave me the same advice as what I've been doing, is just take little nibbles out of it, little bite-sized pieces, and do those one at a time. And just, kind of erode it. Nothing fancy, Nothing crazy. Just erode it over time. Oh, gee, this thing is out of cotton. Whatever shall we do?
Nothing crazy. What's the fun in that?
Yeah. So, I mean, making little progress on the engineering mod. I really wish I had at least somebody who was comfortable with this part of it helping, but it's really, really hard finding help on mods because mods are so personal. Usually when somebody works on a mod, it's their idea. It's something that they want in the game. They work toward getting it in the game. Having somebody else come in and be like, "Oh, I'll help you do that," like it's very, very rare for two people to have like want or for two people to want the same thing.
Yum.
But once the mod sort of is in a playable state, is that canola oil?
Yep.
That goes over to the dairy over here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Um, um, so yeah, it's one of those like maybe because then once the mod is in a playable state, then people are gonna say, "Hey, I want this feature, you know, XYZ feature," and I'll say, "You go ahead and program it, and you can have it." You know, like
Yeah.
there's going to be a certain point where it's going to be sort of a project that works. It does what it's supposed to, and at that point, if you want a feature in it, do a pull request, and you know I'll review it and integrate it into the base. But you know, it's kind of on that same vein of people only doing what they want to do. I just noticed these trailers are tilted like severely.
Really?
The truck is higher than the wheels on the trailer, so the trailer tilts back. I don't know if that's a natural thing, if they do that, you know, to make unloading easier, or if that's a game thing because they're two different heights. I don't know. All right.
Probably a bit of both.
Let's see. This we just planted. So oats. Oh my god, we got a big field of oats. Excellent. And this is the potatoes. Oh yeah, this is remove foliage. I didn't look up. Damn it. I didn't look up whether it was harvestable. Let's. Yeah, this doesn't tell me. This says remove foliage. Not ready to harvest. Um. Now this is where I would love to ask chat what we do, but since there's no freaking people in chat, and it makes it hard.
I'll try to look it up.
Purchase harvesters.
Okay. Found a site and it says you'll also need to remove the foliage that has grown alongside the potatoes in the field. Harvesters like the Grime Aventor 4150 will harvest and plant potatoes at the same time for you. However, this vehicle doesn't come cheaply.
Delivery space blocked. Yeah, I think okay, you are faced out. Um Delivery space, come on. Really? I just want one more of these. There we go. Okay. Let's do a test. I'm gonna grab one of these beasts. And one of these. And of course, it's raining.
Yeah, of course. But it can give you a good idea on whether it works or not.
I am getting potatoes out of it.
Okay.
Alright. So, let's go ahead and prep these other machines. We're going to have 4 of these on this field. Because it's going to be a lot, everybody. It's going to be so much. So many of the potatoes. So many.
These 2 vehicles here.
Yep. Yeah. Miriam with a header.
I might need to get ordained first.
So those 2 you can park near the center line of the field.
Alrighty.
We won't start until it stops freaking raining. But yeah, the center of the field is going to be the center of the middle, roughly the center of the middle thing here. We're going to have so many potatoes. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
It's gonna be a
volume,
little ridiculous.
because potatoes, you know, like compare a average potato to a grain of wheat, right? That's why sugar beets and potatoes have such a high volume of harvest because they just take up more space. Pretty simple math. So this one will be on this side. After I do the headlands. Oh, this is so long. Let's go grab the other one. And you can go ahead and unfold both the machine and the header too.
Alright. Yeah, might as well get it all ready to go. Just go a little further still. Here look good, do you think?
Yeah. Okay. Now,
And now we play the waiting game.
yeah, now we have to fast forward time. And hope that we have enough time. And there it goes. I'm going to put it on half time. Because I don't know if we have enough time in the day to harvest this field.
Yeah.
I mean, this
It's half the lowest, I forget.
yeah, 0.5 is the lowest. We have the mod that allows you to actually pause time, but I never use that because whatever. VB3. I'm hoping that it's harvest time. You just never know. I should do 2 head, but it is what it is. 1, 2, 3. I could do 2 headlands. This thing, turning radius on this, I should probably definitely do 2 on the bottom. So what I'll do. So, yeah, this just going across the top of the field would be a good litmus test on how many potatoes we're actually getting out of here. I've already got 150,000, 160, 170, 180, 190. So that was almost exactly 200,000. Alright. We're going to do 2 headlands. 200,000 across the top. So down the side is going to be at least twice that. So 400,000 down the side.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty crazy.
That's going to be a lot of potatoes, everybody. All the fries. We're going to be able to make all of the French fries, which is glorious. It's one of my top 3 favorite foods.
I think I hear some farm equipment rolling past right now.
Well, you do, huh?
Yep.
Maybe they're going to harvest some taters. Although, what kind of crops do you guys grow in that neck of the woods?
I don't think I've seen potatoes, and not to say it doesn't, but that would be a really rare crop, if at all. Corn mostly. I think I've seen some soybeans. Trying to think. I imagine wheat, but I'm trying to think of the last time I've seen it. Mostly you see corn, and a lot of them, they do it every year. So they must
fertilize
find a
the
lot
hell
of
out of that. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, corn is crazy. At the nutrients it pulls out. The only other one that I can think of that is either as bad or worse is sunflowers. I remember my dad when he first put his garden in on the house that he lives in. The first year he planted sunflowers, and they were great. They grew like normal sunflowers, big and tall, and majestic, like 9-foot tall plants, just glorious.
Nice.
And then every year since, they were short, stubby, never really got anywhere. Because that first year they stripped the dirt out of all of the nutrients, and he never put fertilizer on them. He never did anything to boost the nutrients. I don't even know what nutrients they used, but man, it was bad.
Yeah.
I'm sure glad I made these hold 10 million. Holy Moses. Yeah. By the time I get back from the last headland, I'm going to have 1 million potatoes. 1 million liters. Oof. And there's a big fly runner buzzing around here.
Oh.
Hang it. I don't know. Like, I have all the windows sealed. And the weather here got a little nice recently. This, last 2 days has been, really nice. And, man, the flies. Where do the flies come from? It's crazy. It's like Lord of the Flies around here.
You have a bunch of sadistic teenagers running around your house?
Oh, the kids in that story were not even teenagers.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I don't remember. remember. I thought some of them were teens. Yeah, that's right. The oldest were like 13, and everybody else was.
Yep. And what did you ever read the book, or did you just watch the movie?
I think I read part of the book.
Something interesting because I've seen the movie and it was a little shocking, but you know, I was pretty young when I saw it and I was like, holy cow, those are like, it's amazing how fast they went to animal form. But when I read the book, it was kind of surprising. What the very first thing they did as basically a group after they washed up on shore or whatever, like when they finally realized like there were no adults around, the very first thing they did this is typical, like it's funny how the author basically like captured that, the youth version of that. But yeah, they all of them got naked. They all took off all their clothes because they were wearing like it was like a military school that they were at, so they were all in like sharp uniforms and stuff. And once they realized there were no adults around, they all stripped off their uniform. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like a bunch of boys getting together. All right, let's hire this worker. We're gonna bounce over to this guy.
Should I get these rolling also, or?
Yeah, you want to start one of them to see which direction it goes, but try to start it in the very center so you know. Get that going. Oh shit, I forgot to hire the work. Dang it. Okay. All right. What? It's basically a coin flip at this point, but I'm gonna guess he's gonna go to the right. So I'm gonna hang out over here to the left. Get this lined up.
Yeah, at the very least, just get it squared away so it's close enough, and.
Yep. Because this
easy to
is
switch.
This is a big field, everybody. It's gonna take a long time to harvest this. And we probably could mow the grass again. I haven't looked at that in a while. Yeah, look how razor thin that one line is through there. So it's rough. Of course, there's a little bit of rounding on the pixels. The pixels aren't. Pixel is definitely not 1-to-1. Each pixel of this PNG is roughly like 2 actual squares in the terrain.
Round pixels? Which technically they are. You actually look at your computer super close, but. Oh,
damn it, he's going
to the left.
Oh.
Shocking. That's more shocking than when I swam with eels.
And hire that boy. Good to go, sir. Good to go. All right. The harvest is coming. Let's enable on the farm factory the French fries, and it holds 5 million liters of taters. Yeah, we're gonna be getting so many potatoes, so many fries. What are fries actually worth? This is the first time I've ever made fries. I don't even know where they are, French fries. I mean, it's not bad. Not bad. I mean, I'm not gonna dilly dally around just how many truckloads of fries we're gonna be getting out of here, but it's gonna be more than two. Yeah. Okay. Let's go over to
Yep.
the grass, and yes, indeed, the grass is ready to be mowed again.
You ever make fries at home? Obviously not, from scratch or nothing, but just like an air fryer, stove version.
Not fries. Many moons ago, when we were kids, my mom used to slice them up and fry the potato slices like homemade potato chips. And we would always eat them way faster than she could make them.
Of course.
She'd make a batch, because it took a hot minute for them to actually be made. And she'd put them down, and we'd let them cool for not very long, and we'd wolf them down so fast, and way faster than she could make them. First waypoint, grass mow job, good to go.
The first time my mom got a bread maker, just one of those nearly automated machines that just makes them.
You put in the ingredients and walk away, basically?
Yep. For the first year, she made a loaf a day because we were eating it that much.
Wow.
I think the first loaf that came out of it, we were just so enamored with thought it was just so great that it was gone, basically right away.
Oh, yeah. Like, fresh baked bread. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
It's good no matter what you do with it. Did she, experiment with the different kinds of bread, or is it always the same kind?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had our favorites, but the real winners were potato bread and cheese bread.
Potato bread.
Uh-huh. That one was delicious.
Yeah, there's one meal out there in a restaurant that uses potato bread, and it is by far my favorite breakfast out of any restaurant. And in part because of the potato bread, because it's so good. But it is, I don't know if anybody out there has a Denny's, but it is a Denny's Grand Slamwich, and it's, my God, it's so good. First waypoint, grass mow job, you're good to go. But yeah, they use potato bread. It's basically like a giant breakfast sandwich. So it's like scrambled eggs with sausage, and they've got ham in there. They've got some cheese in there, and they've got it on potato bread. And oh my God, it's so good. And they use to butter the potato bread. They use like this maple butter. Oh Jesus.
Oh boy, yeah. That sounds good.
Oh, it's so good. Every time I go to Denny's, that's what I order. Like, even though it is literally across town from where I am, sometimes I go there just so I have it once in a while. Because it's so good.
Oh, weird. It's missing some here and there. I'm guessing it'll pick it up on the next round, but yeah, it was missing some behind me. Unless it's a graphical glitch.
Missing some?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get yeah, just see. Sometimes it's due to the rounding, the fractional width of the head. What the hell happened here? What the hell happened here? It missed a whole
Yeah.
row over here.
What the hell?
Why would it turn around right there?
Brilliant. Only logical explanation. Okay,
sir.
it's definitely grabbing the ones that missed on my.
What the hell? This is the strangest thing. Would it stop there because it thought the field ended, or what? Maybe there was a tree that spooked it or something. Yeah, there are some trees that are right next to the field over here. That's probably what did it. It saw those trees right there, and it was like, nope.
It's not in the like the bridge between the two farm plots, is it?
No, it was right on the edge, right along the tree row. And if there's any obstacle near the field, the near the field or in the field, the AI will not drive anywhere close to it. And so it probably saw those two trees right next to the field, and it wasn't having it. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. You know, it is. I just hope that it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Because now we're well away from the sides, and everything should be good to go. Okay, so we've got the mower mowing. This thing is so damn slow sometimes.
I've got a weird and probably seemingly out of the blue political topic if you want to hear it. So I have to be careful how I phrase it because, you know, people will jump to conclusions. And I probably wouldn't have brought this up even a few years ago, just because it was such a hot button topic. All right. So there's a document that is digitally altered. Now, I'm saying digitally altered, not necessarily forged, nor even, you know, faked. It could have just been touched up. That document is Barack Obama's birth certificate.
Oh, I thought we were over that.
Well, maybe, but, you know. I just found it funny.
Because at this point, what does it matter?
Oh, no, it doesn't matter at all. But it's just, it was such a huge, huge thing. And, I mean, looking at it, it's not like it actually proved anything.
Yeah, my assumption is when he filed the paperwork to put his name on the ballot, he had to show all of the things that you have to show, right? This is the government we're talking about. This is not like something that you just do fly by night, like, oh, yeah, I'll just put anybody's name. It's like, no, you gotta in triplicate prove who you are. Like, I can't even get the license. There's a special, like, the special license type that the government is making you get if you want to fly in airplanes. It's like a real ID is what they talk about. So in order to get that, right, in order to get that real ID, you not only need your birth certificate, your current ID, you also need, like, I think it's like and you need your social security card, but you need like a utility bill in your name going to your address. Right? And so there's this whole list of shit that you need in order to get this ID. And I was just like, what the hell? So when it comes to like, oh, I'm going to put my name on the presidential ballot, you better believe that there's layers of shit that they have to go through. So it always really like surprised me that there was any question, because yeah, you show this, you show this, you show this, boom. Like yeah, anything can be forged, anything can be doctored, but at this point it's so late in the game that it's like, who cares? Like and why hasn't every president candidate since? Why didn't Biden have to show his birth certificate? That's what I hate, is the double standard.
Ironically enough, it was actually a hot button topic for 2016, the primaries, because Ted Cruz was born in Canada.
Really? Well, he's not a candidate. He can't be a candidate for president then.
No. People told us during the Obama elections, up, down, and sideways, that no, that's not how it works. That it wouldn't matter if they're not born in America; they have to be an American citizen. So if their parents are citizens,
well, for a senator, yes, but presidential candidate, it's right there in the Constitution. You have to be a natural born citizen.
Yep, but the big media was telling us that no, that's natural citizen doesn't it. You don't have to be born here.
I don't listen to anything the media says.
Oh, I know.
Like
that's part of my point, though, is that just the changing of these narratives, because that did change that, or not change, but at least the, how do you phrase it, public consciousness changed in that regard. Because I could back some years ago, I could actually cite instances, and yes, it's TV and stuff like that, but that's, part of public consciousness, where they said, oh, not born in America, can't be president.
Yeah,
and then we have the media treating us like morons for saying that.
Yeah, I mean, the media treating people like morons is fairly common.
Which is funny, because they're wrong so damned often.
Well, yeah, people still believe them. That's why the media is able to get away with it for so much. Is for some reason people still believe everything they hear when it's like MSNBC, and it's like, oh, I trust this. Like, actually, mainstream media trust is the lowest it's ever been right now. It's so laughably low. The audiences are just tiny for these shows. And yeah, they're dying a slow death. I just wish they would do it faster. It's laughable how bad they are, how they try to spin everything. Even news that you couldn't normally spin, they figure out a way, they figure out an angle to spin it in a way that you just shake your head going, these people have lost their souls. They just don't have any soul anymore. When you over and over and over again, when you do this, when you try to spin them, I would imagine whatever shred of journalistic integrity that some of these people still have or may have working in these jobs, that they must feel like total garbage for doing what they're doing. Anytime, it's so funny. And some of it is very subtle. Some of the manipulation is so subtle that most people don't pick up on it, right? It's like subliminal messages, that's very, very, very subtle. An example is this trend. Whenever there's a horrendous crime perpetrated by a minority, right, and the minority is arrested, and they show there's a news article about somebody, whatever minority they are, it doesn't matter. But the picture on the article, when they're like, so and so picked up for double homicide of family, right? The picture they show of the victim, or not the victim, the picture they show of the suspect, of the person who essentially is suspected of committing the crime, is usually the most benign, innocent-looking picture, right? So the picture they'll show is like their high school graduation, right? This person,
Yeah.
and I've seen it so many times in so many different examples, the person literally, like, committed mass murder, and they're showing this innocent-looking picture of somebody's high school graduation, or them at a birthday party, or what. It's such a, and so it's like, oh, this is the person. They don't state it. They don't come out and say anything, but they show the most innocent-looking picture. Now, when the tables are turned, and it's not a minority that committed the crime, they will show the most horrific, horrendous version of that person that they can find, right? They show, like, them being wielded away in handcuffs, them, like, whatever they can show to make it look as bad as they can, that's what they show. But they don't do it for the actual perpetrator, if they're a minority. It's such a blatant manipulation. And for me, it's just laughable how much they get away with it.
I saw a headline. It was in a memes channel, so for all I know, it's not an actual headline, but it just rung so true for nowadays. The headline was, police officer shot in the face by unarmed black man.
Oh yes. Yeah, the headline it is hilarious how much they try. That is hilarious. And the fact that they bend over backwards to make it seem like minorities don't commit crimes, it's also hilarious because unload bales here. So when a minority commits a crime and they have to cover it, they usually, I've seen headlines where it's like some Hispanic person commits a crime, and the headline will read something like, Hispanic looking white person commits crime, or dark skinned white person commits a crime. And it's like what the hell? The people sitting behind the keyboards typing this, the denial of reality has to be so monumentally strong as to borderline insanity. So yeah, it's
One I never want them to live down is perpetrating the bogus headline of "Hands up, don't shoot," and that's in regard specifically to Michael. Can't remember his name now. I think it was one of the guys that was in Florida. It turned out that he was literally charging at the police officer when he was shot.
Yeah, like, the
After
vast
committed crime.
the vast majority of cops are good people, and yeah, there's probably a couple bad ones in there, but you can't have a police force in the country of several million and not have some bad actors. I mean, that's just human nature. That's how people work.
I would partially disagree, but go ahead and continue.
But I mean, it's been proven there's corrupt cops. It's happened. It happens, but by and large, it is not something that they get away with very long. But it's, imagine going to work every day. Imagine you had a job, and at any point in the job, you could die. Right? It's a very high stress, high pressure job. And when people don't cooperate with the instructions given by an officer, I don't care if you were completely innocent. If you were completely innocent and the cop is completely in the wrong, you will have your day in court to prove that. And if it's proven, you can turn around and sue the city, right? There are recourses for bad arrests, bad things happening. So these people who, if a cop is looking at you, giving you instructions, and whether or not they have their gun pulled, whatever, right? You do what they're instructing, right? That moment is not the moment to fight, right? That is not the moment to fight. And for some reason, you know, the I don't know what, if it's culture, if it is just what it is, but the attitude of like, I'm gonna fight the arrest and I'm gonna struggle and fight is like, to me it should be said that, hey, if this is a bad arrest, and I've seen plenty of YouTube videos of idiot cops arresting people for the stupidest things. There was one video, the cops arrested a college kid who blew a 0.0 on the breathalyzer, and they still arrested him for drunk driving. He had no alcohol in his system, right? Did the kid fight him? Did he struggle? No. He was just like basically laughing the whole time, and he was just like, you know, the officers who do that largely get, you know, desk duty, or, you know, they kind of prove that they have no idea what they're doing, so they eventually either lose their jobs or get desk duty, right? But that kid that did that was white, and he was just like going with the flow. He's like, all right, I didn't drink any alcohol, I blew a 0.0, and here we go, right? This is unlawful detention. That's a lawsuit to the city. And
there's regional discrepancies. I've mentioned some of them, like the entire station is corrupt, at least to a degree.
Yeah, you can get systematic corruption, 100%.
And the worst part is it still to this day hasn't even been cleaned out.
Right. Well, anytime human beings are in a position of power, anytime, there is the potential for corruption.
Yeah.
Anytime money is involved, there's a potential for corruption. So you get not only people in power, but people in power like busting drug houses with big cash stashes and stuff. I mean, that is tempting to anybody. I don't care who you are or how big your morals are. Like, you got this pile of cash sitting in front of you. How do you not be tempted by that? So the fact that there are cops out there that walk away and say, nope, I'm not gonna do it, that's, to me, amazing. That there are still those that, you know, can walk away from that. But yeah, the whole like, and there definitely are examples, 100% examples of cops going way over the line. Like I saw one example of a cop. Somebody was like in a park waving a gun around, and a person called 911 and said as much. And there was this like kid, like 16, 17 years old, sitting at a park bench, out in the park, sitting on a park bench, black kid, and doing his like homework. And the cops, the video is so shocking. The cops come peeling up over the curb and stop right next to this kid. And this kid like stands up, like, what the hell is going on? The cop jumps out of the car and shoots the kid with no warning at all. Just like boom, boom, boom. And it's like the problem in that situation is, you know, you get you get the endorphins and the adrenaline running. All logic goes out the window unless they've been trained, right? All they hear is, you know, somebody's got a gun. And at that point, everybody has a gun. Because everywhere they look, it could be anybody, right? And you become blind. You basically become blind to the world around you at that point. And yeah, it's tragic, and I think that cop should be absolutely put in jail, because there's no excuse for doing that. And just, yeah, it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. The training is definitely off on a lot of law enforcement. They don't train anybody for those high stress, high trigger environments. Even though the cop, most police officers in the country wear body armor, they wear, you know, they are well protected against, you know, some naive or amateur person. For some reason they're still gung ho, because it's probably the most excitement they've felt in years. And so they're like, oh, you know, they're gonna John Wayne it out, even though that's not what it's called. That's not what it's called for. It's tragic when it happens, but it is such a tiny minority of time that it also happens to white people. The cops get crazy, which is why anytime you have a interaction, you want to keep things very calm, very cool, and very slow. No sudden movements. These people go to work every day. Imagine walking into your job and at any moment your life could be in danger. You know, pulling a car over and you don't know what's going on in that car. You have no idea. And so they have to be cautious and very, very critical every time, because their life is on the line. So, well, without them, we would devolve into utter chaos. Just like what's happening on the West Coast. It's kind of crazy, actually. But at any rate, yeah, I've been pulled over and I'm very calm, 2 hands on the wheel, very, very slow, very courteous. You know, I've seen videos of Karens like berate and belittle officers and literally like you know, these people are just trying to do their job, and all they get is hate all day long. And yeah, there are some bad ones, 100% bad ones. There was an officer in my town years ago when I was in high school. I forgot his name. But he was notorious for being as strict as you possibly could, right? Every little infraction. If he pulled you over, he was going to get every little thing. And he was notorious. The rumor was he gave his own mother a speeding ticket. That was the rumor. And it's like, I mean, part of me is like, hey, you know, she's speeding, but it was still a funny rumor to be. Anyway. This guy needs to be filled up with fuel. How about that? Yay, refilled. Alright, let's see how much I actually put in here. Cotton. Only about 900,000. 850. Almost ready to unload another batch of clothes. Alright, let's check the machines here. Our harvest is going along nicely. Having 4 machines operating at once, not bad. This has got 5 million, 5.7 million. This one's got 4 million. 4 million. And I think OS is in that one. So that'll be about 4 million.
4.7.
So almost 5, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one here is the first one that started. And yeah, 5.8 million, almost 5.9 million. That's a lot of potatoes, everybody. A lot of potatoes. Whew. Let's get the plows positioned. Yeah, the plowing. Ooh, maybe I don't know. We may or may not need lime. I'm not sure at what point how many harvests you can go for lime, but since we have plenty of lime, I'm not worried about it. I don't have to buy it anymore. Should I fertilize it first? Should I fertilize it first? I think I might want to. So let's where's my fertilizers? Here. 300,000. Yeah, we're gonna need to top this off. Probably want 2 more of these babies. Put about 500K in there. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to want 2 more of these. I hope that I can use the actual fertilizer makers for this. I tend to like to fertilize before I plow. That way the first layer, or the first bit of fertilizer is locked in right away. I don't have to worry about it ever again. Finished work. Oh, the mow jobber here. Ooh, this thing needs fuel too. Okidly dokily. Oh, apparently somebody needs some pets. Yeah. Somebody needs some attention. Yeah, there's the babies. Try to do this one-handed. Not easy.
Yeah, this isn't a game that's really easy to have one hand. Maybe with a steering wheel, but even then you need some buttons on it.
Right. Another batch of mow batch. Mow batch. Right. And probably going to need just two more of those.
But it looks like is that I I and B are gonna finish before. Nope, it's
Oh.
J.
We're almost ready to finish, huh? Nice.
Oh, got a few more passes. I was just gonna say that they're closer than the ones that I'm watching. Three, maybe 2.5 passes each. Oof, my head's having one of those I don't wanna days. Doesn't help that a little poopy woke me up at like 8 a.m.
Ooh.
Which, oh my goodness, that's so late in the day. Or so early in the day, sarcastically speaking. But then, oddly enough, somebody ran out of gas along the road and stopped by. It's like, guys, got any gas? Okay.
Somebody stopped at your place and asked for gas?
Yep. Well, they stalled out. We're kind of known for being. And we've got a shop where we fix vehicles and stuff, so
Hmm.
we're known in the community as people that usually have that kind of thing and are willing to help.
For only the low, low price. Oh.
Oh, speaking of, have you ever had like a gas can? Um, I mean, I
Regular
imagine
red
probably.
plastic gas can?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I filled up lawnmowers back in the day when we had a yard.
Okay.
I was growing up.
Have you looked at the newer ones where they have all these safety regulations and stuff and auto shut off, for the actual pipe that comes out?
Yeah, the one we had, the pipe that comes out. Well, we had one that when you were holding the handle, and if you let go of the handle, it would automatically shut off the mower. If that's what you mean.
No, I meant the gas cans themselves.
Oh no,
Rather than just having
it was
just a
just
normal yellow.
yeah. Well, they were red, but there was just the yellow nozzle. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, nozzle. Thank you.
There was
That's
no like no safety on that at all. um,
uh, the newer designs, because once when I bought my house and had moved in there and needed to get some of that kind of stuff for mowing the lawn, they they don't have those typical yellow nozzles that are nice and simplistic. They have these ones where you actually have, you can tip it up and then you push it into the thing, and it's got a mechanism that turns on, lets the gas flow, and they're supposed to be super safe and whatever. And of course all the laws are now written so that you have to use these new safe ones. Now here's the problem: I have not had a single one of them that is worth a damn at all. Every single one that I've had, um, the the mechanisms get flooded with gas, and when you pull it back, you spill gas all over not
oh
only the can but on your the mower, sometimes on your hands. It's like, okay, yeah, thank you, lawmakers.
oh
You
yeah.
made something nice and simple that was safe for anybody with half an IQ. Now we all are forced to use these piles of junk. And a lot of that, yeah, it's on the manufacturers that make it, but that's the problem. They all go to the lowest bidder for parts.
Yeah, the amount of legislation in this country, as well as companies themselves, to protect themselves from lawsuits But the amount of legislation we have for safety, because people are stupid, and they think that, let's say your average, like let's look at my dad, for example. My dad never wears his seatbelt, ever. It's only when I bother him. When he's in my car, and I'm just, and the car itself has beeps and dings that it does, to get you to wear a seatbelt. So if the passenger is in, the seat, if it senses the weight and that seatbelt isn't attached, is this actually gonna fold up? There we go. The car will ding, beep 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 beep, and then 30 seconds later, beep beep, and it will just do that incessantly until you do the seatbelt. But he never wears a seatbelt. So when it comes to like safety, people in general do not really don't think through, right? So you have like the warnings on hair dryers. Warning, don't use this while bathing, right? Like why do we need that? Well, that exists. If you ever find a product and there's a really bizarre label on it, it's because there was a lawsuit at some point where somebody actually did that and then sued the company. And the company had to basically either settle out of court or, in some other way, like, yeah. So much legislation is around just the fact that people just don't, it's not in their best interest to be safe. It's kind of amazing when you think about it, and if you look at a bunch of things, pick up an average product, something that looks a little dangerous, and if you see any weird labels on it, little weird warning labels, then that's why.
Because most likely at least one person has done it. Yeah, my dad was showing me, I can't remember if there was a picture attached to it or not, but it was 1950. In 50 years, we'll have flying cars. And then present day shows a sandwich with a wrapper underneath it, and the wrapper says, "Do not eat this wrapper."
Yeah. Great example. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really glad we don't have flying cars. I'm really glad, because could you imagine the accidents up in the air, like, of people not paying attention? The insanity. I have a hard enough time driving around town on the ground with idiot drivers. Every time I go out, I avoid an accident. I kid you not. Every single time I go out to go to the grocery store or run an errand, go see my grandma, every time I avoid at least one accident, just because people they're so oblivious to the world around them. They're in their own little world, and it's in part because cars are so isolated. They're so insulated from the world. You don't even hear, when you get in a car, you don't even hear the traffic around. There are some cars that are so well insulated against noise, they actually have visual blinkers when there's like an ambulance or something behind you. If it detects an emergency vehicle with its lights on, it will actually flash, because you can't even hear the siren inside the vehicle. So you're in your own little bubble. And one of my favorite genres of YouTube videos to watch are basically like instant karma driver videos, because one of the most glorious trends in recent times are dash cams. So in Europe they've been using them for years, but yeah, they're starting to pick up. It's almost a requirement now for long haul truck drivers to use them, because of the insanity of the attempted insurance fraud by brake checking a semi truck. And so this is if nobody knows what this is, it is somebody in a small vehicle, car, SUV, on a highway pulling in front of a semi and being very close to that semi and slamming on their brakes in order for that semi to rear end them, because that is an insurance claim that they can get on the vehicle. And it is alarming how many of these there are. And I think if it's quite obvious a brake check, because usually the way that the law is written, if you rear end somebody, it is always your fault. Whoever rear ends the person is their fault every time. Because they're just saying, like, you have the responsibility. If you're behind somebody, you have the responsibility for being a decent enough distance behind them, et cetera, et cetera. But the brake checking process is so that they set it up so you hit them. It's purposeful. And if it's proven, the other person gets they get a ticket. But I think we should go a little further than that. If somebody is willfully trying to get in an accident, I think their license should be revoked permanently. If that's what they need to do. I just don't have any patience for stupid drivers. If you're like, I don't even look at my phone when I'm in my car, ever. My phone could be ringing, could be beeping, could be blaring. I don't care. If I'm driving, I don't even ever look at my phone. Just because it's ridiculous. I've lost count of how many people I've been behind. And where I stopped at a red light and the light turns green and you're just sitting there because the idiot can't sit at the red light for more than 30 seconds without looking at their phone. God damn, that pisses me off.
A bit of a skew here, but it just reminded me of that. The other day, my dad and I were at an intersection, and or it was actually, we were driving up to an intersection, but there was another little intersection for an entryway to a store, and the traffic was backed up for the people, turning, and we were in the turn lane. But rather than be a jerk, Dad stopped at the previous intersection, because if he had pulled ahead, it would have blocked all traffic trying to go into that store. While we were stopped there, a guy behind us honked his horn.
Yeah, people. It's so amazing. I've gotten people honking at me too, and it's so amazing that people are in such a hurry that you can't, like, 30 seconds is if you slow down or if you're trying to avoid an accident, like, it's so funny. People just don't have the patience. Come on, stop. Jesus. Yeah, this vehicle has a problem with drifting when you stop. Yeah, that's full.
Yeah. Okay. So we're dropping off in this.
Yep.
Let's see if I can range it some on the other side.
How many did you end up with in that?
7.7 mil.
Not bad.
Oh, I don't know what made me think of this, but do you plan to have a Halloween themed stream?
Um, what day is Halloween? It's on like a Tuesday or something this year, isn't it?
I will look it up. Yeah, yeah, Tuesday. Just under 2 weeks away.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on it?
I
I mean,
mean,
I think a couple years ago we did Phasmophobia.
you know,
Um,
and I think we got a pretty definitive never again.
well, I mean, I don't remember I said that, but,
It seemed like it's me, but
well,
fair enough.
not very many people watched it because it's freaking scary.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what we would stream. What I would like.
About the only suggestion I have would be Night of the Dead, because that's had a lot of iterations since we last visited it.
Night of the that's the wave
All of
every
those.
night. The
Yeah.
giants, yeah, the giant ones.
Yep.
Um,
And if you want, I can install it and check for some of the settings and stuff, see if there's a way to extend the chaos. Losing words. Make it so it's not every night, or that the days themselves are longer, which would probably be preferable. Anywhere in particular we want these? Or did you
yeah, park it over by the over on the south side there with the other harvesters. I don't know. That's a but let's see. Go around that truck and take a left around that truck, and then you'll kind of see where they are.
All right.
I unhooked the header. Whew, this is a lot of potatoes, everybody. This is like a lot of potatoes.
Oh,
Yeah, the drift
I
on
do not
this.
like this vehicle.
The drift is bad. I didn't tweak it. I didn't really do anything other than change the headers to be faster.
I got my directions reversed as I was doing that, and I'm struggling with this drifty piece of drifty drift.
Ugh. All right. If you want to
There.
hop in that other one,
Sure.
I will start. The fertilization. I'm going to personally fertilize all of this. It's going to be. I have to rub myself raw, but. Oh, barely see the difference on this one. Oh,
Ooh,
God.
yeah.
Sometimes it's really obvious, and sometimes it's like you can barely see the difference in the darkness. But I want to do this before I plow it. That way the fertilizer gets all up in there. Don't have to worry about it. I forgot what we planted up here. What did we plant in that giant field to the north? Oh, I think it's sunflowers.
Sunflower?
Yeah.
I think it's sunflower.
And the forage wagon is ready to scoop up the remainder and drive that. Might have to just sell a bunch of silage or something. And I hear a chainsaw. Somebody's cutting down a tree near me. Yeah, we're probably definitely going to need to do stones, because, yeah, pretty sure we're going to need to do stones.
Yeah, it looked like it was fairly...
Well, yeah, they're yellow now, but when we plow it again, they'll probably jump to red. That's what they usually do when I skip a month or when I skip a time, so... Gotta figure out what to plant in this field, you know, once we get there. I wonder why that was... I wonder why this field said remove foliage instead of just harvest ready, because you'd think that they would mean the same thing. Like, either that or we harvested them too early. And we could have gotten even more, with a bigger harvest instead of like the near 20 million liters that we got already. Actually, I think we got over 20 million liters.
I was gonna say, I'd be surprised if we only had 20.
Because I put 5 million in that factory. I think that's what the factory took. Farm factory. Yeah, 5 million liters in there.
21 million just in the bulk storage.
Okay, so we got 26 million-ish. Nearly 27 million liters of potatoes. That's a lot of that's a lot of potatoes. Remember, a cubic meter is 1,000 liters. So 26 million liters is 26,000 cubic meters of potatoes. Which is...
That's about 26 yards, which is...
That's a lot of potatoes.
Yeah.
Of course somebody's taking a tree down right outside my apartment. Of course. Why wouldn't they they literally had days to take that out, and they waited until I was streaming. Because that's my luck, everybody. That's just how my life works.
Yeah. Hey, should we zip this one down? Nah, he's not streaming today.
Yeah,
Let's wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, they just monitor my channel, and as soon as I start streaming, it's like, all right, what noisy fucking thing can we do today?
Please not paranoid. Alright, now that I got these squared away, is there something else I should line up? We're gonna do the rocks, did you say?
Well, I'm doing the fertilizer right now. And then... let's get in here. These are brand spanking new right off the assembly line. Alright. So the last time we did this, it went to the left. So what are the odds that it goes left again?
Where's my magic 8-ball when I need it?
So if it goes to the left again, I'll be ready. But by going over to the right here, it's going to go right. It's going to happen. The game just knows how to mess with me. It just knows.
The game is rigged.
It is. Do a little bit of an overlap. I gotta wait for this thing to get all the way to the end. Yeah, we're gonna want tractors hooked up to all 4 rock pickers. All of the plows. I've already got 1 plow over here, but we're gonna need all 4 plows. This is a big ass field, so it's all hands on deck.
Why we were planting asses?
Yeah, it's a big ass field. And if you look at it, it even has a crack down the middle. Yeah, I think next fall, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put bags around... You know the vents in bathrooms when you click on the bathroom fan?
Yeah.
I'm going to put bags, like sealed, like just temporarily sealed bags around the vents on the ceiling. Because that's how I think the bugs are getting in. And definitely make sure I have my flue and my chimney closed. Because I think that's also how they're getting it. Because I was sitting here... When was it? I was sitting here like... I think it was yesterday. Sitting here, the cat's in my lap, we're all relaxed, cat's like half asleep. And I hear this weird sound. Like off to my right. I hear this weird sound over here. And the cat, you know, any weird sound, the cat will immediately react to, right? She just... Any unfamiliar sound, she will cue on. And so she even like perked up and was like, what was that? And I couldn't really figure out what it was. Like I was just sitting here going, what is that? What was that sound? And like 30 seconds later, I see off to my just peripheral vision, I see a little movement. I look down and there's a bee walking across my mouse pad by my hand.
Wow.
This big yellow bee just... And I'm like... I'm sitting here going, oh, that's what that sound was. And I'm like, where the hell did that bee come from? Like, all of my windows are closed. Like, where the hell did that bee come from? So yeah, I'm thinking that... I'm thinking that they're coming in either through the vents in, like, the bathrooms. They're just flying... I don't know. I don't know. It's very weird.
Did you want me to get the plows or the rock pickers ready? I thought you said.
Well, we
rock
need both.
pickers. Okay.
Both are going to be started about the same time.
I just looked over and saw you were hauling a plow. And just
Yeah, we need the plows are the first step, and then it's the rock pickers.
Yeah.
So the plows are what we need first. Let's see how many how many workers we can actually get on this field. Whoa. Wow.
Ah, save. Okay.
That wasn't a save. That was just a an hour. The top of the hour. It was just calculating, I guess, wages or something. That was a crazy. We just have so much production and shit going on. That's it's a lot to add up in a single month. So these two are in the middle of the field.
All right.
Yeah, it's one on each side and two in the middle. Same with the rock pickers. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Sorry.
I just drifted myself around you.
Mine doesn't drift so easily. I tap the turn key and it does a loop going at that speed. It does a loop if I'm lucky, I should say.
All right. Well, let's line this up. Where this one popped out, right? Very center of the field. Okay, and then that's the rock picker. Pretty sure. What I want to avoid is obviously any collisions or potential collisions with these things. So while Oz gets the rock pickers ready, I'm going to get the plow headlands and stuff done here. As the rock pickers, all but one of the rock pickers we can hire workers on. Well, I guess they're going to give me orange this time around. Interesting. It's the first time I've had orange rocks. It usually goes from yellow to red, but I don't know. Maybe something about the crop we planted. No, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, usually it goes right to red. But
that makes a little bit of sense. But I would be surprised if they accounted for that, because that'd be not necessarily a lot of math, but it'd be a lot of unnecessary stuff and things.
And looks like the timing of this is going to be damn near perfect. Let's see what happens. Oh shit! Here we. Oh, it's going to be close. Ah. That was by the hair of my chinny chin chin right there. I wonder how big of a tractor you would need to actually pull a plow this wide. This is 25, roughly 25 and a half meters wide. The amount of torque and horsepower you would need to pull that through the field, that'd be pretty crazy. You'd need a pretty beefy tractor, because that'd be a lot of drag. And it would also obviously largely depend on the type of soil. I mean, if it's very sandy soil, then it's going to have a lot easier time. And the moisture and all that. There's probably a whole lot of factors that go into it.
Yeah.
But all right, you can start the plow on the east side of the field.
God, I can't even move the map. This is so wonky. Trying to click on the vehicle and it's not working. Wow, what the hell? Something was springing to mind. You know, a lot of the representation moves that they have to do in uh, movies and TV are sometimes, you know, the extent to which they go is not only ridiculous, but also it's funny how they inadvertently actually insult those groups.
Oh yeah.
The one in specific that I saw brought up recently. I don't know if you had heard of it. I think it's Hell of a Boss. It's a cartoon. It's one of those ones that's not terribly much for kids though. Um, but that one essentially the somebody pointed out there's no Nazis, there's no um y- pedophiles, there's no serial killers or anything like that, but there's tons of gay people. It's like, wow, what are you guys trying to say?
Yeah. Well, you even have cartoons like Blue's Clues. They have episodes based on like pronouns and stuff now.
Yeah.
So if parents aren't actually paying attention to this stuff, and they think, oh, these are wholesome shows for kids, they're inadvertently, basically, uh, indoctrinating their kids into the ideology. And yeah, the kid might or probably wouldn't know what the hell is going on, of course, but the fact that they're doing it in the first place is just grotesque. It's just absolutely grotesque. You know, I have no problem with an adult doing whatever an adult, you know, live your best life. As long as it's not harming anybody, or victimizing somebody, you can do whatever you want. But don't expect the average person to share your beliefs, right? So to the expectation of forcing speech, the expectation of forcing whatever, take your pick, but don't expect the average person to follow in line. But you can still be your best self. You know, just don't take shit personally. If somebody misgenders you, somebody mislabels you, somebody mispronouns you, I don't care what it is. You know, don't let it get to you. Because that person doesn't know you. They are not involved in your life. If you're at Starbucks and the barista says, you know, here you go, sir, right? And you let that crush your entire person, then okay, like you have problems that a barista at Starbucks is completely unaware of. Nor should you expect them to care, right? They're just trying to get through their day just like you try to get through yours. And you know, if you just go with your life, if you go into your life and you're living your best, if you're living your best life and you're not letting things get to you, then you're going to be happy, because you know, that's just how the world functions. And it solves a whole lot of problems.
We all have to put up with people like that at times.
Right.
That try and get under your skin.
There are a myriad of assholes out there. And once you realize that, then you can go about your day. Let's get this rock picker. Hire this
Can I hire a worker for the plow?
Yep.
Okay.
It's the rock picker that is off. So we need the 2 rock pickers in the middle. One we can hire a worker. The second in the middle we can't, because it just doesn't know which direction.
Yeah. And I didn't finish getting all the rock pickers in place.
And hire this one.
My system right now is suffering pretty hard.
We got a lot of workers. All right, so A here. This will be done. I'll fire this guy. Oh, they actually didn't use all that much. Only about 20K. I mean, 20,000 liters is... That's 20 cubic meters. That's... I mean, it's a lot of fluid, certainly. Alright, the next one is this one. This is just about the perfect width. Could not have ended this even better. Does this one see that it's done? Yes, it does. Excellent. Let's get this one parked away.
Right, there's another rock picker going.
Okay, and then C here. Excellent. Perfection. And we need one of these to go over to the grass to fertilize the grass. But that'll probably be the last one I hop in.
Are we out of tractors? Probably just missing one, but it's...
I know we have like 8. Pretty sure we have like 8.
There's ones attached to something we don't use very often.
Yeah, there might be a stray one. I know there's probably one on that forage wagon up on the grass field. If need be, I can buy a couple more. That's not a big deal. Tractors.
Oof, yeah, this is painful. I hit the forward key and there's like a half-second delay before my character even moves. I think that's probably because it seems anyway that the game is clients or server side moving. Like has to confirm with you before it does anything, which makes a little bit of sense because it'd be rough to try and uh, coordinate the fields, plowing the fields.
Oh yeah.
Without having it that way.
To go. Right, this one. This one barely used any at all.
Goodness. Whoa. Almost turned right into the lake. Wow.
Wow.
It's a good thing I can't damage the grapes. I was moving it a little bit and floof, it just flew right into there. Okay, I think. Yeah, so I must went to that side to get it on the east side.
Yeah, all the workers. I'm getting 25 FPS, 26 FPS. Yeah. It's on larger scales that the back end Lua engine really shows its limitations.
Yeah.
Lua is just not my choice of what I would use for the entirety of a game's backend. Unless it's super optimized, like Factorio. You know, they've probably customized quite a bit. But, you know, the animations of vehicles. I don't know the subsystem for the AI drivers. That is probably all scripted in Lua, which is, yeah, that is not something you wanna do.
Yeah. Yeah, similarly, it's like coding between C sharp and C++. You might not really notice a difference until you get into the really heavy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you need performance, you want to go at least something compiled.
Yeah.
Lua is not compiled. It's a scripting interpreted language, unless
Yeah.
something has radically changed.
And heck, it's not even a programming language. It's just data storage, is it not?
That's what it was originally intended for data. It's a table based system, so everything is a table. And people just figured out a way to sort of hack the table and make it a function, and then the most ridiculous thing, they started making object oriented like programming with it. So you can have a table as a class, and then the functions inside that. Like it's a snarled mess of sort of hacked together like features, and it's like, if you're doing that, just go with a different different way to do it. Yeah, okay, now I can hire this guy. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna. Okay, the plows are going strong. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an os. We have 7 workers and an os, and I have the 8th worker over here on this. Thirty FPS.
Jeez.
Let's drive these back over. Now I think, I think I bought 2 more DB120s for planting. I think.
I think so, yeah.
I know I bought 1, but I'm not sure if I bought 2 more.
I was just over there and I saw at least 3, but yeah, I was pretty sure you had gotten 4. I just don't know where said 4th one would be.
Yeah, there's 3 here. I know I got 2 Tatos. Yeah, I think I just got 3 for some reason. I don't know why I would do that, but I can always buy another one. Eggs need to be sold. I got 1.3 million liters of poo over here. Let's start filling. That's gonna go for a while. Slurry. Milk. Wow. Not low on food, but they're gonna need more food here soon. So let's hop into one of these so I don't waste a trip. Nola, sorghum, grass, corn, sunflower, soybeans. Sugar beet, cotton. Should I plant some cotton in this big field? I don't even know what to plant. I don't even know what we need. I don't think we need anything.
Or cotton.
Oh, cotton. Oh, could you imagine how much cotton we would get off of this field? Like,
Oh, jeez.
oh,
And we're still trying to get rid of some as the...
yeah, we've still got over 1 million that we need to process, and that's after I've loaded another 800,000 into the factory. Barley, oats. We have oat harvest coming. Canola, sorghum. How about sorghum? If I look, yeah, we're down to 800,000 liters of sorghum. And that's the primary food for the chickens. Now the chickens probably have plenty of food. I'm guessing the chickens are going to have. Yeah, they still have 1.9 million, but it is what it is. We can always sell it. What's just a crop that we can just straight up sell? Oats, canola, sorghum, sunflowers, soybeans. Soybeans are actually sell those in June for 2,000. Corn, no. Potatoes, definitely not. No. Believe it or not, cotton is actually a good seller. We could just straight up sell the cotton. Yeah, cotton, 2,000. It's like $2 a liter. And if we look at clothes is actually a little under $2 a liter at their max price. The only benefit that we get is we are actually making more clothes and more fabric per liter of cotton, right? So you're getting a little bit more. So I mean, we could just straight up sell the cotton. But the tedious part about cotton isn't what to do with it. It's actually picking it up off the damn field. That is the tedious. God, that was painful. So I would have to create a bale trailer. I would have to do that. That's the only way. The only way that I would be able to maintain my sanity. Because yeah, this field we would get, I would say, almost twice the amount of cotton off of this field than we got on this field. I mean, it's not twice as big, but it's close to twice as big. But other simple things to sell. Potatoes, no. Cotton, sugarcane. I've never done sugarcane. I don't really have an interest in sugarcane. Let's see. So of the base, just straight things to sell. Sunflowers, soybeans, it like June, soybeans would be a good, that would be a good sale. It's October, so we could harvest and just hold for a while and then sell them in June. Corn, no. Potatoes, no. Those, no. It's either soybeans or cotton, and if I were to choose between the two, I would definitely pick soybeans. Because they're worth about the same amount. Okay, and then let's grab this planter or fertilizer. I'm trying to be efficient with my driving. Yeah, if we just straight up start selling soybeans. make all of the soy sauce. Yeah, if I did that cotton bale trailer, that would really help. Just load a trailer up with like 5 million liters of cotton. The test would be whether or not you could sell it and just drop it off at the factory, which I want to say you could. You could do that, but I'd have to test it because I'm not 100% sure. All right. Interesting. This one has like a. This one didn't fully. This one didn't fully fold right, or something. Interesting.
I had one that didn't seem to quite fold right, but and I think it was due to latency.
Oh, yeah. It just looks like one of the arms is sort of cocked a little to the outside. I don't know.
Okay.
It's weird.
I thought it fixed itself eventually, but I didn't examine it too close. Because yeah, when it was folding it, it was and I don't know that this is even the same one, but as it was folding it, one side was going, normally, but then the other side, it like split into two pieces as it was trying to fold. Because there's a part in there. I assume it's where it can articulate a little bit on hills. And yeah, that part literally was disconnecting and it was folding, half of it. And the
Hmm.
other half was being stationary. And it was,
Weird.
yeah, it was really weird. I was thinking of mentioning something, but you were in the middle of a rant.
Oh,
Not necessarily a rant, but you were speaking, and I didn't think it was important. Heck, I figured it was probably client side, but apparently not. I guess I don't know why I would think that. It seems like pretty much everything in this game is server side.
yeah, most games are. Especially if you have a client server system, you know the server usually is the master. Usually everything. You know, that was a lesson I learned in Vintage Story too. Like the server manages everything. The client is basically a dummy terminal that
Yeah.
just interacts with the server.
Usually things like character movement and such are um, displayed on the client, but not necessarily handled on the client. As in, if there's a discrepancy in, say, your position, it'll teleport you
Yeah,
on the client.
the client does tell the server like when you're moving and stuff like that, and the server updates itself. But if there's packet loss or something, and the server, um, you know, if in that communication, the server sort of doesn't forget, but if it's not updated, that's where the rubber banding starts.
Right.
Because the server is then broadcasting that location to all of the other players all the time. It's pretty amazing the modern client server setups, just how much data is passed down that channel. Because you know, back in the old days, they had to limit severely how much data was being synced between client and server because bandwidth just wasn't there. So
Yep.
it was hard. Um, the rubber banding and stuff was really bad, because the connections and stuff were so slow.
Modems. Heck, even the fastest modem. What was the fastest? I think the
56K.
yeah, 56.
56.6. Yep.
Yeah.
And
I
there
think they
was an
were
attempt at a 128, but it was
yeah.
mostly around compression. So they would take a packet and like zip it and then try to eke out more data on that. But
Yeah.
modem, you know, that was the 56K was basically the apex of modem speed until they started doing other things, because you know you'd need a modem on each side, and then by that time DSL, because DSL was the same, it was over um
Phone lines?
phone lines, but instead of essentially being an analog signal, DSL was digital, because the stereotypical sound of a modem connecting, I'm sure you can Google it, but the sounds that you would hear, right, the audio, that was the early modems. That's how they communicated, was audio signals. And then the DSL was digital signals, digital pulses, which, because you know you didn't need to interpret the audio from a signal, it was a lot faster, and that's where DSL comes from, digital subscriber line. All right, plows are done, and I'm already up to 56 FPS. So I guess there definitely is a hard limit. Okay. Did I drive the other fertilizer? Nope. And I didn't see. Okay. We don't need lime on this, at least. I didn't even think to look at lime. So I'm glad we don't have to lime it. That would suck.
Yeah.
Although liming is like twice as wide as pretty much anything else. 42
Yeah,
meters
well,
wide.
super.
So it usually goes pretty damn fast.
I wonder if course play drops your frame rate even more. Since it has to account for waypoints, not just, fixed direction.
Yeah, well, the waypoints, you generate the course. That's the slow part.
Yeah.
That's the thing that once the course is generated, again, it's all Lua. So it's just a giant table of waypoints. That's all it is the waypoints in order from start to end. And fairly straightforward how to navigate that. It's just one waypoint after another after another. It's just, even on small fields like the one in the middle, I mean, it's like 13 or 16,000 waypoints on it. There would be an optimization, especially since most fields. Is this one running? Okay, it was. Because you're going from when you're going back and forth along the field, it's generating hundreds of waypoints along the field. Where if you wanted to optimize it, you would have one waypoint at the start at the top, and then the other waypoint would be way at the bottom. Right? And you would just point it to that waypoint at the bottom, and it would drive in a straight line from one waypoint to the next. You don't need hundreds of waypoints. The only reason you need hundreds of waypoints is in the case of starting a vehicle in the middle of the field and going and setting it on closest waypoint or nearest waypoint. If we have to stop a harvester in the middle of the field in order to unload it, having a nearest waypoint is handy, because then you just started it right up in the line. Whereas if it was, if the waypoints were super far apart on the north and south parts of the field, nearest waypoint would have to start over on that row, and that would be inefficient. So that in that case, yeah, nearest waypoint. But is it worth the thousands of waypoints that you have to generate in order to do it? Well, essentially you only have to do it once. You don't have to generate them once, but yeah. Certain jobs, obviously, you wouldn't need to start in the middle. Plowing, fertilizing, rock picking. You don't need to start those in the middle, depending on the hardware you're using. All right.
looks like we're almost done with the rock picking, or with this line on the east side. Man, that's going to be close. I don't think it's going to get it in just one
No,
shot.
it's not.
As in, you know, the two combined. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's going to be a sliver left. That's going to be sad. But I can just stop the one that's heading north here. With the one I'm driving, take it north then south, or south then north. I thought it was going the right direction, so I turned on the cruise control, but apparently it hadn't gotten itself positioned quite right, so it started fishtailing.
All right. Hot minute. Oh, shit. Get these off here. Or they collide with one another.
seem even quieter today.
I do.
Though there's a lot of yeah.
I'm
You're focused.
there's a lot of equipment to move around and shit. Like,
Yeah. Maybe we just hadn't hit that level before. But usually you make efforts to.
I mean,
Slice.
I tend to talk more when I'm sitting in a machine and there's nothing to do. There's a whole
Yeah.
lot to do. I tend to focus on that, just in case somebody's watching and they want to see more farming and less me ranting. You know.
Yeah. Could also just be my perception because I'm not normal today. Even worse than I was on Saturday.
Hmm. Well, I mean, there's good news about the blood test.
Well, yeah,
I
yes and no.
wish my test was that good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little pissed. Because I mean, the doctor's office called and left me a message, and so I called them back. And remember, my appointment was a month ago. The blood test I took was a month ago. And she's like, yeah, the doctor reviewed your lab and wants to up your medication for an additional dose in the day. And I was like, what is my A1C? Like, what did it come out to? And she said 7.2, which is high.
Oof.
It's not a
Yeah.
good one. And I was like, why did it take him a month to review that? Because I had been under the assumption for the last month that the results were good. And, you know, I could basically keep the status quo and, you know, manage my diet that way. And it was like, here, this whole month, that's actually been wrong. And I should have been readjusting. And it's like, why the hell did it take him a month to get back to me? That just pisses me off. And she's like, oh, he kind of fell behind on his labs. And I'm like, well, this is not a good start. I mean, this guy's just started this job. I mean, this guy is fresh off his residency. Yeah, not a good sign. But so yeah, now, basically, have to go through and readjust and yeah, I wish my A1C was as low as yours was.
Yeah.
Um,
The only reason I'm disappointed is that I thought I finally, knew what was going on.
right.
And it's
That
like,
would have
no.
that would have been a good answer to the problems, right? It would have been a very obvious, oh, this is exactly what's wrong. But nope.
Yeah.
Um,
And pretty much, I was looking into it, and if I'm having diabetic symptoms without it, non-diabetic hypoglycemia, they call it. If that's what's actually going on, which seems pretty definitive, then we're looking at organ failure. And that just seems like worse. Who knows, maybe there's some different
that's that's a quite fucking understatement, dude. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
organ failure
Yeah.
is not. Those are two words you do not want to hear from a doctor. I mean, quite accurate. Oh yeah, don't worry. It's just organ failure.
Yeah.
You don't need that organ, right? You just don't need it.
Heck, last I heard, they actually found out things as simple as, or not simple, but things we we typically regard as not being useful, the appendix and tonsils even, um, secrete. I'm not sure whether it's hormones or what it is, but they help regulate the body. And
Uh,
if you
I
take
mean,
them out,
the appendix, I mean, it's from what, maybe there's some new science on it, but from what I understand, it's a shriveled up, it's kind of a,
vestigial organ.
yeah, it's like a carryover that just quite hasn't disappeared yet, sort of like our tails, right?
Yeah.
Quite hasn't quite disappeared because it doesn't do anything. Tonsils, pretty sure the tonsils do something. It's just sometimes they get inflamed and it's bad.
Yeah.
Tonsillitis. I mean, my younger brother got his tonsils out when he was like 5, because he was like, I shared a bedroom with him briefly many years ago when he was like 4 or 5. He snored like a trucker. Like it was, I kid you not. That's not an exaggeration. He was this little kid and he snored so loud that it just kept me up. I couldn't sleep because he snored so loud. And yeah, he ended up getting his tonsils out and that fixed it. But yeah, crazy. It's not an exaggeration. All right. Got this guy going.
And yeah, the like primary function of the appendix is now inert, but a lot of the organs have secondary functions, and the secondary functions are still alive in the appendix. You can live without it, obviously. Lots of people are, but it's not as cut and dry as it being useless.
I know one organ that definitely has a secondary function. Yeah, I think that we are still, I mean, as much as we know about the human body, the amount that we don't know still dwarfs what we actually know.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to the interaction of proteins and DNA, and I think that we are still many, many decades away from truly understanding the complexity of what goes on in the human body. The thousands upon thousands of proteins and hormones. I mean, gee, it is crazy. Every time they look at a process in the human body, they're like, "Wow, this is way more complex than I actually thought it was." So, yeah, we have a long ways to go, and not even close to what we think about the human brain. I mean, yeah, we can map out, like with fMRIs, we can map out when somebody is thinking, or they even were able to recreate a song that somebody was listening to based on their brain waves, right? So their brain waves they were reacting to the rhythm and beat of the song, and they were monitoring this, and they were able to recreate the basics of the song based on the brainwaves. And
I'm guessing that took an immense amount of training for the system, and it was probably only for that specific person also.
right, and it's like, yeah, everybody's brain is slightly different. Nobody, the memories, like if you ask person A to think of an apple, then you ask person B to think of an apple, they might be thinking of completely different apples. Red apple, green apple, Granny Smith apple, different tastes, different memories. Those could light up vastly different parts of the brain, that one memory. So yeah, mapping, we know where the visual cortex is. We know where the auditory, we know where these senses are processed. You want to eat an apple? Yeah, there's some sugar for you. We can map these. There's even efforts to to monitoring the visual cortex and recreating an image. There's even work in that they're making progress in. But as far as like mapping memories and stuff, or even knowing how memories work, yeah, I don't know how close. I don't think they're very close to that at all.
May only be a few breakthroughs away, but God knows how long it's going to be, and getting essentially the right person or right team to look at it is maybe all it's going to need. But yeah, probably still at least 50 years away before we really um, make much headway. The just crazy part about it, I mean, I think you were touching on this a few weeks ago, or even just a couple. Um, how a smell can make you think of an entire memory, or um, it's linked to visual, or even another memory attaches another memory and all that stuff. And then on top of that, you have people with eidetic memories who can remember, you know, back to that certain point, where they hit that tipping point and gain eidetic memory. They can remember everything, and it's just, how is that even possible?
Yeah, there's actually the the people who can remember what they had for breakfast 25 years ago on a certain day. There are people out there that can do that. And it was largely like an outlier in memory studies. Like, how did these people do this? Like, how? And I saw a study that had made progress defining how people came up with this skill, and not surprisingly, they matched it with OCD. It is a rare form of OCD, and it is triggered if somebody already has a genetic disposition to OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. These are the people that typically like have to open and close a door 3 times before they can go through it, or they have to, there was one example that my dad told me years and years ago of somebody that in his group setting, he didn't really know he had OCD until one time he walked into his office. He walks into his office and he throws his keys on the desk, right? He's holding his keys and he throws his keys on the desk. And something about his keys, something about how his keys landed didn't feel right to him. So he goes, picks up his keys, walks to his office again, and throws his keys on his desk. He proceeded to do that like for an hour and a half before his keys fell just right, and he was able to finally sit down at his desk. And it was like the bells went off. Like, why did I just do that? Right? What was that? And that's OCD. So this team was studying this rare case of people who can remember everything about their lives, because it really destroys their life. They can't have relationships. Yeah. People who remember everything, it is impossible for them to have relationships, especially because imagine your spouse or girlfriend remembers every detail. Women are already bad at that, throwing in your face every mistake you've made, but imagine like that on steroids. Like, everything that you do, everything that you've ever done or said is locked away. And they track that back. The people who have that tracked it back to childhood. These people are already predisposed to OCD, and they hit a certain part of their being raised, and something happens where they're either punished or scolded or something happens because they don't remember something, right? I told you to do this, you don't remember it. There's like a punishment involved. And that is what triggers that specific, very specific set. And so the brain, because it's OCD, the brain now says, I need to store everything. I do not want to forget again. And so it just, it triggers the that very specific set of OCD. But yeah, the poor people who have it, I mean, I could not imagine the difficulty in everyday life. Like
that episode of House. Do you remember that one? Where it actually had somebody that had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean, that one just really, even if you hear it, you see that episode, and it really spells it out. And for anybody watching, a woman, just like a general woman, she wasn't super intelligent, which is funny because people always think of a person with eidetic memory, they have to be just, a savant.
Yeah.
At something, and she wasn't, which I kind of liked. It was just a, breaking expectations. But yeah, in the episode, her sister had backed out of their driveway and hit her with the car, broke her leg. And the sister says that she didn't do it intentionally, but the person with the eidetic memory remembers it literally like it just happened.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they can't make attentions, is because they can remember every detail of the pain, not only as it's happening, but the entire recovery and everything. And
yeah, all the emotion. Normally, our memories erode over time. So
right.
we lose that strong emotional tie to the memory. Just like losing a loved one, the saying time heals all wounds. Eventually you kind of move on because the emotional weight of that memory isn't as big anymore. But these people never lose that. That would be rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be rough.
Oof, yeah, it is definitely all these machines that's killing my processor.
Yeah,
I'm looking the other way.
We only got 4 of them going now, but yeah, every little bit.
Oh, I just mean all the machines parked.
Oh.
Because yeah, right now I'm looking, out towards the cow pasture. I'm sitting in the original part of the town. And I got 5-6 FPS. I turn
wow.
around and
wow.
now it jumps up to 25.
I mean, we could probably spread them out a little bit. I don't know if we need any more grass. We can probably use the grass field for parking them a little bit.
It's all good.
What video card do you have on that system?
Coffee actually sent it to me. There's the box. I can't remember, a 2080 or something. It's by today's standards not spectacular, but it's also not horrible.
I mean, I got a 3060 in this, and yeah. While not bleeding edge, it does do a very good job. NVIDIA is one of those companies I wish I would have bought an immense amount of stock in back when I first started building machines.
Yeah.
And started using NVIDIA cards. Like, NVIDIA, the company has just, it's been like one of the luckiest companies of all time. Here comes this company. The path of this company is amazing. For one, they get in early in the gaming industry, and they start really going off on their own and developing a GPU that is specifically a GPU. Like, there's a lot of those early components where they were trying to be, especially CPUs, they were trying to be kind of the jack of all trades. And then here comes NVIDIA, and they were making GPUs that had wildly different architectures. The small cores, but many of them, right? Massively parallel processing was kind of a different way of looking at things. And they just iterated and iterated and iterated. And once they hit a certain amount of just craziness, then bam, crypto comes in. And lo and behold, these GPUs are perfect for crypto. Massively parallel. Like, it's amazing. It was perfect for crypto. And so they scooped up, I don't even know how many billions on that craze. And now crypto is sort of waning a little bit. It's still there, but people are realizing it's unsustainable, right? It was a fad. It's not gonna last. I'm sorry, crypto enthusiasts out there. It costs on average for Bitcoin. There are people that do these studies. On average, for every transaction in Bitcoin, it costs $100 in electricity. Because the entire blockchain, when you do a transaction, to verify the transaction, the entire blockchain, all the way up to that transaction, has to be verified. And then if you do another transaction, it has to. So over time, the transactions become such a long chain of verification that it's nearly impossible to do it. I mean, my brother tried to do a Bitcoin transaction like last year, and it needed, I think it didn't come through for like a day and a half or something like that, maybe even 2 days. It took for the transaction to go through. It's insane. It's not sustainable. When you think about like using a credit card or going to a fast food point and you're paying and it's verifying right then and there, constantly in real time, very fast. That's what you need in a modern economy. You need transactions to be fast. Crypto is not fast. And the further away you get from that level of verification, the more chances there are of the system being hacked or something. So overall, it's not a good system. But NVIDIA captured. I mean, there were giant warehouses of data servers for NVIDIA. I mean, they were just selling crazy amounts of processors. Now that that's waning, it's like, what do we? Their stockpile of video cards went back up, and it started recovering. And what's happening now? AI. Turns out, the NVIDIA processors with their massive parallel processing is perfect for AI training and running AIs. So the company is again at the forefront of another massive, and I'll even say bigger potential for computing. It's just massive. So yeah, it's one of the luckiest companies I've ever heard of. All right, chickens. Sell your eggs. 900,000 liters of eggs for $720,000. $1.3 million liters of poo, good to go. If, you know, if this eventually fills up, which it's going to take a lot to fill this thing up, this fertilizer maker, but we can always sell either the fertilizer or the liquid fertilizer if it becomes, if we get too much. But if we go look at fertilizer, yeah, from manure. So yeah, we have plenty of capacity, 50 million of each. So having one of these fill up would be quite amazing. Slurry. Well, let's I want to make sure the cows don't run out of food. Um, 800,000. Let's put another million in there. I'm not sure how many. It's either 2 million or 3 million, but I think it's 2 million. So then there is 800,000. So one more million in there. It shouldn't be too bad, and that will use the grass. Yeah, this drum spot was inside of the cow barn, but I moved it outside because if you have a tipper wagon, depending on what you use, if you have a really long tipper wagon or whatever you use, it tends to hit the roof when you try to tip it out. So milk. Where should the milk go? Cake. You have 400,000. Chocolate. Sugar. Yeah, we need another load of sugar into the chocolate thing. Do we do half and half? Half in chocolate, half in the cake? I'm tempted to finally set all my factories to automatically distribute.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, he's back. All right. So roughly 200,000 in here.
It'd been without water for a while, so it was starting to bug me.
Go ahead and grab another bat or another truckload of sugar at the mill and drop it off at the chocolate factory.
All right. This one usable. Lizard goods?
No, you don't need goods. You
No.
need logistics.
Logistics. Okay.
Goods. The goods one is for like cake, for like finished food products.
Okay.
Oh, look at that thin ass strip right there that's left. Damn it.
So logistics. Oof.
Oh, that sucks. Yep.
Especially for those planters, because they have just such giant coverage.
Yeah. It's never enough. I hope those other two aren't going to collide. Fingers crossed. Come on. Fold it up. Fold it up. Faster. Faster. Nope, not fast enough. Oh man, they're just gonna miss one another. Glorious. Okay. Yeah, it says there's nothing there, but there is. One little strip. God. Single. I think that's a single square. Single meter. Probably could have overlapped this one, like scooted this one over a little bit and gotten that, but fortunately,
Probably easier to just walk out and plant them by hand.
yeah.
All right, so the shipment of pure diabetes is going to the bakery?
It's going to the chocolate factory.
Chocolate factory, okay. Good thing I checked with you.
Luckily, it seems the thing adjusts itself to only use the seed on the part that's not seeded. You can see the seed, the liters on the seed are going very, very, very slowly. Fertilizer, not so much, but the seed itself seems to only be used. Yeah, fertilizer it uses that no matter what. But the seed actually is only used for what it needs to.
I did notice that it only uses when it's moving. If you're stopped and you have it turned on, it's not using
Yes.
it, which is
Yeah.
handy. Because the sprayers, those keep spraying.
Oh, yeah. The sprayers.
regardless.
Yeah, the sprayers don't care. They'll spray anything. Even you, when you hop out of it, they'll just go right over you and be like, "Here, we're gonna
Well,
fertilize
at least
you."
you get something out of it then.
And this should be it for this. Hold this baby back up. Perfectly safe to drive this thing folding at 90 miles an hour.
Of course. Because why wouldn't it be safe?
Hopefully the other one stops.
Doesn't look like it did. What the hell is it doing?
Is it just backing up? You can fire them. If they're done, just fire them. And
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure before I actually did so.
probably was confused. The poor worker.
Yeah. Probably had a few too many before his shift.
Yeah. There's another field turned over. It only took about 3 hours. It took 3 hours.
Yep, because he started at like 12:30.
Well, I just looked at my stream time. 3 hours, 19 minutes, so...
Ah.
Because I've been playing at half speed.
Yep.
Because I didn't know how long that field was going to take. We had quite a lot of equipment on that. I don't know what the next field is going to be, but
Turn already. There we go. Sometimes, with all the weirdness and the driving, or the hitchiness, it sometimes doesn't pick up when you turn. Sometimes it picks up that you turn too well.
so the next field that harvestable is the even bigger field. Slightly bigger, maybe 8%. The little top sliver of this field over here is gonna be corn. How much corn do we have sitting in storage? Well, we have 0 liters of corn. How about that?
Oh, wow.
So we have none of the corn. What do we use corn for? I don't even know. Corn I know goes into cereal. All right, let's get that last planter. Yeah, steering wheel would make. I mean, yeah, I've got my joysticks that I could try to steer these, but a steering wheel would be way more intuitive.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. I'm adjusting to these tractors, so I've driven them enough. So the corn. How many corn headers do we have? I think we only have 2 corn headers. I might need another couple corn headers. Yeah, we only have 2 corn headers. Corn headers. No. All right. That is all done. Ready to go. Let's first of all set time passing to 1x real time. We are going to sleep until 9. Because if you only sleep till 8, the sun comes up a lot later in winter, obviously. So if you do till 8 o'clock, then it's super dark and y'all are not going to see very much. So that was 656,000 in production overnight. Or yesterday, I should say. We're going to turn these around here. All right. So this should have grown here. Yep. Oats growing. I'm not going to run all the way out here, but that's growing. And we have corn to harvest. Oh, there's the quiet spot on the field. I don't know. I'd love to know why that happens, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
All right. All right. Let's grab another one of these. Are you grabbing the other harvester?
Trying to. See what kind of success I have. Should I get situated on the west side?
That one will be, yes, on the west side.
That quiet spot is so disorienting.
Yeah, right? Every time I hit it, my brain just is like, it short circuits. Like, what happened? What happened?
Yeah,
I saw that.
yeah, I was trying to course correct a little and then it oversteered. Just go through the field. Since crop destruction's turned off. Oop. Here, I cut you off too.
See how many bazillion liters of corn we get out of this.
Yeah.
And one of the things I want to do, I know this is going to be painful. I want to drop straw on all these.
Oh.
Just to see how much goddamn straw we get. We can just sell the straw, but I want to see how much goddamn straw we get. And I can course play the straw pickup. But, yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be the comma is the enable straw swath in all of these. And then we're going to need to manually grab the straw from the headlands when I do that. This one already has straw swath enabled, which is good.
Manually? You gonna just hand me a tweezers?
Yeah. God damn, autosave. Let's do farm supply factory. You are full. Amazingly, do you not have TMR in? No, you're weird. I pulled 1 million TMR out of here, and it barely even touched the grass that was in here. So, might need to sell a bunch of silage in order to get that up and running. Yeah, might need to get some silage going. The fat's the fastest way to chew up the grass in here, I think. Yeah, chaff silage. Much chaff is left? I don't think there's much. Yeah, chaff is almost out. What are the different things selling for these days? Grass. Yeah, silage is definitely the better of them. I don't know why TMR isn't in here if you're just not normally allowed to sell TMR, but yeah, I don't know why TMR isn't actually in the thing, in the list. Ooh, yeah. You know what I could do? I keep forgetting. There's something. There's a production thing that I've never ever used before, and I've been super curious on how good it is. Production. Yeah. Silage, manure. Yeah, largely silage. Never ever built one of these before. So, I mean, yeah, it's 1.8 million or 1.1 million. I don't even know what recipes are in. Landscaping, painting, and with our luck, we'll probably have to restart the damn game.
Yeah.
So before I go to the recipes, we're gonna save the game. Okay, fingers crossed. Yay! It updated. All right. Biogas plant, silage, slurry, manure, sugar beet cut. It looks like we get digestate out of it. Well, where does the methane go? It says, okay, I'm not sure how this works. Do I need extra tanks or something? It says outgoing products digestate. Where's the methane? Um, where is the methane? Production, construction, silos, silo extensions. Container. Large petrol. Fertilizer. Oh. I don't know. If you're there, honest, you can try to take a peek to see how the biogas. Maybe I'm missing something.
Biogas.
Biogas, like just the general biogas process. Like what does that take? I need to use.
Sure.
Be right back. Yeah, there's no methane storage in the biogas plant. Even though it produces it, I'm not sure where it stores it.
Huh.
It takes silage, slurry, manure, and it makes, and sugar beet cut, but we're not going to do that. It makes electric charge, methane, and digestate, but digestate is the only thing that outputs. So I don't know if we don't have any methane, if we only have digestate, then it's not worth it. Holy cow, that is a close aircraft.
Oh.
God damn.
Yeah,
It definitely
supposedly
sounds... Say that?
I was just gonna say, yeah, supposedly it's this plant, the biogas plant.
Yeah, it should be... There should be an electric charge line in here. It should be a methane, but maybe I mean, it has an icon. It's not like it's not like the fill type is unknown. And I know I have on the fuel refinery over here, I have electric charge. So this here has electric charge, point right there. So I know the electric charge fill type is on the map. Otherwise, this would be wrong. Interesting. The electric charge methane shows canola oil. That's weird. I wonder if there's some weird shenanigans. Yeah, methane is not in this. So, yeah, that's not going to be worth it if we can't sell the methane. And it's such a minuscule amount of methane anyway. Like silage makes, 4,000 liters of silage makes 5 methane. That is not worthwhile, and not really. Maybe it just automatically sells it. Maybe, possibly. If it's automatically selling it, I don't know. Is the biogas plant part of a mod, or is it part of base game? It is part of base game. So, yeah, I think we're gonna just delete, sell it. Now, is there another production building I can put in here just for funsies? Which one am I missing? Am I missing any of these? Sawmill. Donut production. There we go. And I know donuts were automatically included there, so. Not that we're going to make them, but I just wanted them in here. Because it's another place that we can drop sugar, milk, eggs, butter, chocolate, and flour off of. you know, for reasons. All right, let's start. So if you want to grab a empty forage wagon.
Really? That one's full of grass. That's the type I'm looking for, though, right? Suppose should I just take care of the grass?
There's nowhere to put that grass yet, so that's why I said
okay.
grab an empty one.
Empty one. Okay. Oh, this little thing.
Oh, Enable straw swath.
Oh.
I checked so many of them. I thought I checked them all, but this one, not so much. We are going to get so much goddamn straw out of this. Corn gives you the most straw, which is why I want to do it. Wow, we're down to 5 million. After that day, we sold we were up to almost $9 million from selling products and stuff, and then all the extra equipment and crazy how fast it goes.
Where do you want me to start? The headland?
Yep, just start behind me and just we want to make sure the headlands are clear of any straw. Oh man. Yeah, that's a little hard to drive over that.
What's the working width for these? It cleared it out. It won't.
Working width on those, I think, is 21. It's either 20 or 21. I can check really quick. Here.
Looks about right.
Forage wagons. 21.
What? Oh, damn, it's... What the hell happened? It was picking some up, and then all of a sudden it stopped.
Well, did you accidentally hit V?
Yes, maybe.
There's a little header. There's a little pickup header that has to hit the ground for you to actually pick stuff up.
Oh, but it actually was picking it up, is the weird thing.
Right. If you hit V, it'll pick that header up, and it'll stop actually picking up the straw.
And there's nothing in my inventory. Okay, now it's picking some up, and it's in the inventory. What the hell? Did I hit a node of grass or something? Wiped it out?
Well, there shouldn't be any grass on there. I hope not, anyway.
Would suck.
And I'd suggest when you get to the end here, driving to either the left or the right side of the pile, because it's kind of a big pile.
Yeah.
All right. And away we go. So the yields are a lot less on the potatoes, obviously. But these guys only have 2.5 million capacity. Which sounds like a lot, but we're probably going to hit that number. It would not be surprising if we hit that number. And my speed limits are at 35 right now instead of the max. Because last time I'm pretty sure the last harvest we did with these was exactly corn, which was the middle field. And the corn headers gave us the wiggles for some reason, so the speed limit is 35 on these, which so far so good.
I had to even drop below that.
When I get to the end here, I'm going to not go all the way to the end of the field. That way there's not a pile right in my way. The trick is to stop partway. And ugh. That is a big pile of straw.
Yeah.
All right. Let's line this up. All right. Same thing on this side. If I can. Ugh. That's funny.
Mountain of straw. Yeah, already up to over 800,000.
Wow. All right, let's
This
hire
might
this
hit
guy.
850. Yeah, 850.
Wow. Hire this guy. hire this guy. And we'll have to see which direction he goes first. So the thing with courseplay, trying to do courseplay to pick up the straw, is I don't know of any way to set it so it does the outside lines and like. I really wish you could hire workers on the straw pickup. That would be the most ideal. Either that or we can just... We don't really have anything else to do. There's nothing else to harvest or anything, so we can just kind of lazily... Because if we do it ourselves, we can actually drive in between the lines and pick up 2 lines at once. At least we should be able to. You just have to wait for a hot minute to get the harvesters going along as much as possible. So you only need to do half the number of runs north and south. But I want to wait for this guy. I need to wait for him to know which direction. So like Oz can just wait until he comes up the field one more time.
Yeah.
I hope that because it's 18-meter wide header, which means it's 9 meters on the side, which means the wagon pickup, you can set that offset to, well, it's not exactly 8 meters on or 18 meters. It's like a fractional difference. Okay, so it's over here. Let's see when I get this. Yeah, it's 18.2 meters technically. And hire the worker. So that would be 9.1 meters. So it'd be 18.2, which would mean the offset would be 36.4 meters, I think, for the pickup. If we wanted to do every other row. So I'll hit Control C on this. Yeah, do 36.4. The mounds on the end of the field are just hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I set the cruise control on the middle one, so hopefully they don't get the wiggles. It's quite obvious when they do, because they'll just tear ass through this field like in some weird direction. It's just like, oh, that's a problem.
I'm already losing steam. Certainly hate to abandon you, because I think if that happened, you'd probably end the stream early.
Well, it'd certainly be lonely. So I think you're the only one watching the stream.
I see two watching.
Oh,
So me plus
it's weird.
somebody else.
Yeah, I see concurrent viewers on the top says 2, but then on the bottom with the analytics it says 1. So it's like, which one is it, game? Which one is it? But yeah. Without,
I think there might be something where analytics only picks up if they can capture certain bits of data.
yeah, I don't know. Oh, there it just updated to 2. It's like lagged behind, so the analytics like lags way behind.
Okay, for how big these mounds are, I don't know if I can. I think I'm gonna have to manually course correct when it hits the ends.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume that. Which is fine because one of the rows, when it turns around, the straw doesn't pick up right away, so you can sort of swerve over to the side to grab the big mound.
Yeah.
So one row, one way down the line, 765,000 liters. And that was just 2 rows. So it's a lot. Just put it that way. It's a lot. How about the harvesters? That's 800,000. There's an autosave, because of course. So that's, yeah, this one's going to have the most in it. I mean, you can take a break. You can just park and walk away and take a break. You don't have to follow along exactly. Because that, it's every two passes with the harvester, so it takes a while for that to build up.
Yeah.
We're going to be able to collect the straw pretty fast if we're doing 2 rows at a time.
I'm getting tired is the thing. I don't know. I didn't get as much sleep as I should have last night, but then in addition, I think since I had that appointment on Monday, it wore me down more than it usually would. Once we're done with this field, we'll see how I'm doing. Because I'm sure I can stand to the point where we get it all cleared and what the hell's the word? Plowed and etc.
Yeah, after this field, the stream is gonna be done. So, I'm not going beyond this field, certainly.
Yeah, I suppose that would probably be another few hours, and this is gonna be alone probably a few hours.
Yeah, I mean each field is about a 3-hour turnover, so it's like, why am I catching up? I'm going slower. Oh.
There we go.
And I honestly thought Coffee was going to join us today, considering he was asking about all the mods, but
Oh, yeah.
he's probably just whatever computer he has, wherever he is, probably just playing a single-player game. But
Based on the context, it sounded like he was going to try and join.
yeah, that's
but
why I thought he was going to be here.
in his type of job, he doesn't know what he's doing one day to the next. So
Yeah, they could have gotten the part that they were waiting on, and then boom, 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 he's gone. You know, whisked away again to wherever he's going.
Neverland, of course.
Yes. Could you imagine how many bales this would have made? Because each bale of straw, I think, is 7,500 liters. And
Yeah, that would have been a lot of bales.
this already,
This one just passed 2,763,000.
yeah, I did 2 passes on this exactly, 1.52 million. So yeah, it's a pretty consistent amount. But yeah, I've got to wait for this tractor to come all the way back to the top again. So as far as all the other crops, would have been smart to put buildings you can visit on the far extents of the farm. That way you can just, hit space and just jump to whatever building you want.
Yeah. Oh man, it's really tough trying to find the one you want too in there.
Yeah. So what? These are sunflowers. These aren't going to be done for another 4 months. So like March, sunflowers will be done. Oh yeah. We need, I think, to spray and mulch the grapes one more time. And then the oats. No, this is wheat. 4, 7. This is 4 months. So yeah, that's also March. So this field and the big field at the top are gonna finish at the same time. Great. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 5 months, so soybeans are spaced away. And then this is 3 months. So this will be the next field that gets done. The middle field, basically field 1. Then it'll be these 2 fields, and then this field again. Holy Moses. That's just so much of the things and stuff. So much. All right. Let's take care. Waiting for the harvesters. Oh yeah, we gotta get these going. So let's jump in here. I don't even know if this is it setting? Oh, it looks like it is. Yep, it looks very, 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 very hard to see, but... Damn grapes. Why do they have spray go up? That seems like a waste. Oh, Jesus. Come on. This is not that hard. Just drive in between the rows. You stupid... Oh, come on. Really? The physics, when something hits something, they tend to stick together. And this is very, very bumpy ground for some reason. Even though it shouldn't be. Yeah, whatever setting that's on those other tractors, not to be so bumpy, I wanna give to this tractor. 'Cause, yeah, that's what's causing the insanity here.
I'll just swap back and forth between the um, collector thingies, since I gotta wait for him to finish one anyway.
Alrighty.
That new Flash movie, I actually did watch that then.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't think it was that bad. There was a yeah, obviously pretty much the only reason I watched it was for the Michael Keaton Batman thing. And I wasn't disappointed there. I thought that was pretty good. There was another a minor spoiler. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
There's a point where you get glimpses of different realities in the multiverse, and they had a CGI Christopher Reeves as Superman, and they also had a Nicolas Cage Superman. And I actually suspected it sounds weird, but there is actually a reason for it. And I kind of thought this might be the case, and I was confirmed. I didn't know it was going to be Nicolas Cage, but there was a unfinished Superman work that was in progress. It was actually being written by Kevin Smith, but he was given directives from apparently a very eccentric producer, and he gave Kevin Smith the three very big things that had to be a part of the script. One, no red and blue. You ditch the Superman colors. Second, Superman can't fly.
What?
The third, in the third act, or in the final act, he has to fight a giant spider. And that, yeah.
And that's
So,
that's for the unfinished movie. Is that what you're talking about?
the unfinished Superman movie. And that, I didn't know at the time when I first heard about it, because I heard about this a long time ago from Kevin Smith released. I think it was entitled "An Evening with Kevin Smith," and he actually talks about this, how it was horrible, and he's glad that it never actually came to fruition. But at the time, I didn't know they were actually going to cast Nicolas Cage for that. I would have loved to see that.
Nicolas Cage is Superman
weird.
who can't fly.
Yeah, the can't fly part would have been silly, but would be curious to see what Nicolas Cage would have done with it. He doesn't seem right for the role, but apparently they were doing it because he's a comic mega fan, I guess. He actually named one of his children Kal-El. And yes, Superman is his favorite comic character. I never knew
I mean,
that about him.
Nicolas Cage did a great job as the guy, the skeleton guy who rides the motorcycle. What was that?
Oh yeah,
Um,
Ryder.
it's not. My first thought was Knight Rider, and I was like, no, that's not it.
That's what
Ghost
popped in my
Rider or
mind,
something
too.
like that.
Ghost. Yes, Ghost Rider. Thank you.
I mean, those two movies. I think there were two movies. Those two movies are great. They're very entertaining. And
Didn't do well in the box office though.
I mean, yeah, but it is what it is. But I thought they were very entertaining. Very, very much Nicolas Cage. He did a great job. But Superman, no. Like, see, the problem with Superman is what they hit early on in the comics, way, way a long time ago when they first introduced him. They made him too powerful, right? So they had to invent kryptonite as his weakness, because he's literally undefeatable. Like, whatever you threw at this guy, he was going to win every time. So you had to give him a weakness. And I think that having just the one weakness also gets old, right? Every Superman movie, every Superman story now involves kryptonite, and the people are like, where's the kryptonite going to appear? Because this is his one crutch, so obviously it has to be there to make the story interesting. I think that one thing you could do, and there are a couple of the movies that touched on this, but his weakness for saving people, right? His weakness for humanity, I think, could have been used against him to great effect as well. And Man of Steel kind of touched on this. And they also introduced a slightly different way of making him weaker, which is, for some reason, introducing him to the Krypton atmosphere, which you have a lifetime of absorbing the radiation from our yellow sun, and then 5 minutes in this atmosphere erases all of that. Like, that was a problem. But yeah, Superman, as far as like a story guy goes, is probably very, very hard to write for. Very hard. To write a good story.
Because you have to make him vulnerable in some way. Otherwise, what's the point in watching the movie?
Right.
Batman tends to make a much more entertaining genre, something. There's a better word for it.
Right, because it's just a guy in a suit, right?
Yep.
It's he doesn't have any inherently powerful abilities. He's just got a lot of cool toys and some martial arts training. So you know, it's a lot more identifiable as well. I mean, it's a guy in a suit. Like, you know, any kid out there can imagine himself with a cool suit and being, you know, being just like Batman. All right, now we have fertilized the things and the stuff. So now it is time to mulchity mulch. And if memory serves, I know everybody, this is riveting content. If memory serves, the mulcher was every single goddamn row. Is there...
Sounds right.
Let me do a look-see on...
The thing that bothered me the most about that Flash movie, is since it deals with multiverse, it's not a major spoiler, but it starts with mediocre Batman, Ben Affleck, goes to best Batman, Michael Keaton, to shitty Batman, George Clooney. That just bugged me. And yeah, everybody has their own preference, but if you like Clooney, you're wrong.
Yeah, Clooney wasn't the best Batman. He was more of like a joke Batman. He was just like, let's just throw this guy in there because nobody else will do it.
The movie that he played in, it lost me in the first scene where, and I'm pretty sure that I'm thinking the right one. Where, or no, I'm thinking the Kilmer one. Even though I felt that Kilmer did a good job on it, that one, it's just horrible writing or something.
Yeah, I've been sort of Batmaned out. I know another one just came out. Everybody, you know, people were like, "Hey, do you know?" When I was visiting my brother, he's like, "You want to watch the new Batman?" I'm like, I honestly don't care. There have been way too many like reboots of this damn character, and at this point, I don't care about Batman. I just don't. It's hard for me to get motivated to see another Batman, just because of that. Like, I just can't.
Funnily enough, it's probably because it's the easiest one to write, whereas Superman's very difficult.
Right. But, I mean, I think the latest one was... What's his face from Twilight was the latest Batman. What's his face? What the hell is his name? The Edward from Twilight. Played Batman.
Wow, that sounds...
Robert Pattinson. Yeah, that was the latest one. Played Batman. I mean, yes, the Michael Keaton Batman, the original Michael Keaton Batman. I have a nostalgia, like, I have a warm fuzzy of nostalgia around that one. But my favorite Batman, as far as storytelling and world building, was the Christian Bale Batmans. The Dark Knight Rises, the Christopher Nolan version of Batman. Those are my favorite. I mean, the Joker played by what's his face, like that is a hard act to follow up. That is a phenomenal movie.
It's like they completely gave up on trying to make a decent Joker after him.
Yeah, like that guy. God, I can't. It's frustrating me, and I can't think of his name because he died right after that. He died right after that role because he was a major method actor, so he basically like lived the roles that he had, and he sunk into a massive depression after that role. God, it's gonna bug me. Why can't I think of that? It's right on the tip of my tongue too. But yeah, that is a very, very hard Batman to beat, in my opinion. Just the way that they're written, the way that they're acted, and directed. And Bane, obviously the third one, has got a pretty memorable bad guy.
The hitching.
Yeah, I want a mulcher that... Oh. I really... Maybe Patrick would know if I can find a mulcher that is a little wider than this poor piece of crap that this one is.
And another thing they did right about the Christian Bale Batman was they didn't start with the Joker. They had the
Right.
they had one before him.
Yep.
To set the scene.
And that one starred Liam Neeson. And
Yep.
Liam Neeson played Liam Neeson. I mean, the guy has basically the same,
Yeah.
the same like anger guy you don't mess with sort of mode.
And it even had Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
Gary Oldman's one of my favorite actors. Definitely top 3. In part because he's just, I don't know, just talented. He has such vastly diverse roles. It's crazy.
Yeah, he does a great job. I mean, he's in The Fifth Element, and he does a great job in The Fifth Element.
Yeah. It really speaks to the diversity I mentioned about his roles. It just, because it's just like, wait, that's Oldman? Holy moly!
Yeah, there was another role that he was in that I had that exact reaction when we found out who it was, and it was the follow-up movie to Silence of the Lambs. I think it was called Hannibal. And Gary Oldman, I don't know if you've seen that.
It's been a while. I'm having trouble remembering.
But Gary Oldman played the massively deformed victim of Hannibal Lecter, the one who actually survived. And basically, Hannibal drugged this guy and told him to carve his own face up, and so he was massively deformed. And the whole movie was about his attempted revenge on Hannibal Lecter. But yeah, my brother and I watched that movie all the way through, and we were like, who played that role? We had no idea. Because it was just like, who was this? And yeah, it was Gary Oldman played that role. I was like, holy cow. We would have never guessed that.
I found it also. Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger. I knew there was an H in there. The letter H was popping in my head, but I wasn't sure if it was a first or last name. Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Joker is frightening. All right, you're gonna want to start firing those workers. So just keep an eye on. Like, I think
Yeah, I think that one's going to need to be fired.
Yeah, eye's going to be fired. Both eyes, actually. Yeah, both eyes.
Oof, we're going to lose both eyes. That doesn't sound good.
Quick, before the other one, just fire it. Jump in the other one.
Yep. I hate that.
So, anybody out there who knows of a mulcher for grapes that is wider, that does a wider swath, would be much appreciated if you pointed me in the direction, because this is annoying as hell. Why all of the literally all of the other tools, including the plow, you can do every other row, but the mulcher you have to do every single row. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I don't know how touchy the game is, but I'd rather not have to do all of this work and then have the damn things be withered again. What? Oh. All right.
Strange. I still have to adjust this every now and then. So the range that those cover, the combines, must be a little off. It must be 18.25 or something. Or maybe
Well, yeah. There's rounding errors when it comes to the square that it's on. I think I described this before. You know, the world itself is all around individual grid squares, whereas the vehicles are not tied to the grid. So you can be a fraction inside of a grid, and it looks like it's way off, but it's just because the game is literally like, if you're fractional into a grid, it's literally forcing the offset depending on how it rounds. Like, how does it do rounding? I'm not sure. How does it snap to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple rows in here that I'm gonna have to go over again.
Yeah, grapes just seem like so much trouble.
Yeah. If I were to get cheaty, like really cheaty equipment, it would be for grapes. 100%.
I think if you run another series on this, I'd recommend either either finding some cheaty ones, or maybe just make a building that just produces grapes, or just
A
recipes.
greenhouse. You could do a greenhouse.
Ah,
I could mod the greenhouses to produce grapes. 100% mod the greenhouses. That's 100%. That's what I would do. Because I've already got the greenhouse mod. I've already got those. It would just be adding a recipe for grapes.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely far superior doing it that way than this nightmare that we have here. That's a very easy change too. I've been largely trying to avoid that for everything else, because you could do that same with wood. You know, production building does not care what you're actually producing. Nor is there any sanity check on how cheaty the recipe is.
Yeah.
What happened to A?
Oh, I don't know.
That's weird. I've never seen it stop. Is it because there's that tractor at the end of the line that's blocking it?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does not like... The AI does not... Or it's full.
Oh.
That could be it too. Because that's, I think, the first one I started.
Yep, it is full. That's the issue.
So, yeah, just fire him and then use I. I just quit. So I, you can... It should have just enough... Yeah, it should have enough storage in there.
It's at 99%. Yeah, I don't think it...
It is a 2.5 million.
Really close. It's like,
Yeah. That just
38 away.
Yeah, it just means that the next... It doesn't have enough storage for the next row that it needs to harvest.
I'll just snag the one that's at the south side.
Yeah, grab the other one and
Yeah.
should have plenty of space in it.
Not necessarily plenty of space, but it should be enough.
Almost. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 rows, 7. A little bit left of this. I have a newfound respect for vineyards. If this is actually like reminiscent of how tedious it is to, you know, maintain your grapevines. Because there are some vineyards out there that are pretty damn big. This is what they have to go through.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Not to mention they're usually on like hills and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
they're not on nice flat fields or... I wonder how many, like, if you just look at grapes, like liters of grapes, how many liters of grapes it takes to fill a 1 liter bottle of wine.
Yeah. Oh no!
Hmm?
I ran into the pile that the other one created, and it kind of flipped me out of the way, and I kind of struggled, but I think I might be able to get the last little bit of gold. Nope. I'm gonna have to come in here with the wagon. Grab the.
Oh, you have a giant pile? Yeah.
Yep. Blocking the way, and I'm gonna have to AFK it a little bit here. Yeah, Dad, that's high.
Alrighty. Well, I'm almost done with this, and then I'll go back over to there.
And the second combine is shockingly full. It might actually hit the 2.5, or maybe that's why it stopped. Maybe it's too full. I don't know. Does it not accept them if it's full?
Yeah, if it's full, it'll just drive over the crop without picking it up.
Okay, yeah, 2499123. So really close to full. But alright, AFK. I can deal with this stuff when I get back if you need.
All right. Yeah. Gotta get this effing job done here. Goddamn grapes. Yeah, definitely want to edit the greenhouse and add grapes. Seems like the overhang is a little bit more on the left side than the right. Wow, super bumpy. Super bumpy ground. Yeah, I have a feeling this this stream game is gonna end just before the stupid expansion pack comes out. It's just poorly timed. I just poorly timed it. So we might, whatever state this this world is in, I might just carry it through. There we go. Yeah, there's a bunch right there that's not done. Not sure how specific I need to be on this, but as the last time I'm ever going to do this, and I assure you this will be the last time I ever do this, because I am absolutely going to edit the greenhouses to be able to make grapes, because oh my god, this is way too tedious. There we go. I think it was this one here. See where this puts me. Oh, I should have been on the other side. Okay, that works. %, the last time I do this. Okay, yeah, these are going to be 100% going to be making grapes for me. Alrighty. Let's go over here, get that autosave. $2.5 million. That's a lot of corn. Whew, that's a lot of corn. Oh, there's the... Go drop this first batch in the farm factory. Not sure how much corn is left in there, but... let's take a peek. Right there. I can actually hold a lot. Oh.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I forgot I left myself in the combine.
He left himself in the combine.
Yup.
He had an out-of-body experience.
It's true. This probably seems like a weird subject change, but it's because I just saw one of the bottles. So back to the context. Another time I was talking about it's really rare to see foods without, with actual cane sugar as opposed to HFSC.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a soda manufacturer in the southeast part of Minnesota that makes soda out of pure cane sugar, and they even have glass bottles.
Wow. You can get pure sugar. You can get cane sugar Pepsi, but it's more.
Yeah.
It's more expensive than the syrupy one.
Yeah. But in some areas, it's also less available. Not necessarily unavailable, but harder to find.
Yeah.
Where are we putting the corn?
Corn goes in the silo.
Just the big storage one?
Yeah, I filled up the factory already, so.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to put your pipe out.
Yeah, just trying to figure where I need to. Is that close enough? Nope.
There you go. Ooh-wee. A lot. So the headers are all lined up by the plows.
All right.
Um,
Dang it.
right, and then where does this one go?
We've got five of these combines.
Yep.
Didn't remember that. Then again, I'm not sure I remember my own names.
Yeah, I don't know why we have 5. There must have been some point. I mean, I'd have to go back to watch all the different streams, but there was some point that I grabbed a 5th one for some reason. I don't know why I would do that, but
You have been at this for a while now.
yeah, this map. This is what, our 8th stream for this map.
Sounds right. Oh yeah, I suppose I looked at the title and it says day 8. So yep.
Yeah.
Derpy derp. That's awesome.
God damn, those are big piles at the end of each of these rows. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah,
Um,
tis a little crazy.
so this little guy here is at 7.2 million straw already. And this thing hasn't even processed one full width of a square. That's crazy. How much does that one have in it?
Is it 5 million or is it 50 or 560?
Well, it only holds 20. Oh,
Okay, so yeah, it must be 5.6 mil. 28%. So
okay, yeah, definitely 5. So I don't know why does that one have a lot less than this one? Maybe. Oh, this one I think was the one that went around once.
right, that's the one that had the headers.
Yeah.
That was pretty huge.
Yeah, the number of bales. I mean, I just surpassed 7.5 million. And if each bale, I think a straw bale is 7,500. So 7.5 million is 1,000 bales. Is that right? Yeah. 7,500. 100 of those is 750,000. So 1,000 of them would be 7.5 million. Yeah, 1,000 bales. So just between the two of these, we're already sitting on almost 2,000 bales of straw. That would be, that would be a lot of straw.
Yeah.
I remember years and years ago, I was working for a company, and we managed Applebee's restaurants, and we had Applebee's restaurants in several states, and one of those was like Southern California, literally like right on the border. It was Calexico. So there's a Mexicali and there's Calexico, and they're on either side of the Mexico border down there. So we had a restaurant opening down there that I had to fly down. I was in their IT department, obviously, and so it was in the process of being built, and so I had to go down there and make sure all of the point of sale stuff was in, all of the kitchen display systems were all in, and this is as Southern California as you can get. And I remember it was just miserably hot. And goddamn stupid. I mean, it was so hot. So hot. And I remember we were driving. It was like me and the owners of the company were driving to the restaurant, and we passed this area that they were covered, just giant tall structures with no walls, just a roof, giant structures, and they were filled with straw bales.
Oof.
And I remember seeing that and going, you know, the as hot as and dry it is outside, these structures, I can just imagine one little spark, and as dry and as plentiful as that straw was, there would be no hope of putting that fire out. It would be so hot. There would just be no, it would burn so fast. But I thought, what, like, why are you storing all this straw outside, like, in the hot sun? Yeah, one tiny little ember would all be to take to. But yeah, I just remember thinking that.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
As hot as I mean, it was like 115 degrees outside and dry, and I don't know why you would have this giant amount of straw in, like, not in the middle of town, but not on the outside of town either. Like, it was strange. It was really strange. I didn't see any animals. I didn't see any ranches. It was just the straw, like, just waiting for somebody to let it on fire.
Silos are somewhat dangerous in that if the if oxygen permeates throughout it enough and mixes with the dust, it literally, the silo can explode.
Yeah, we had one. We had one go.
Fire.
Yeah, we had one here a few years ago. We had a silo explosion. They were filling it with wheat, and as they were filling it, not only was there a lot of dust, because there always is a lot of dust, and that is explosive, but the wheat, as they were pouring it in there, was generating a static charge.
Oof, yeah.
So you get a piece of metal anywhere close to that, and you get a discharge of static electricity. Well, that combined with the massive amount of dust in the air, and it just boom. Yeah, big explosion. They had to shut the silo down. Yeah. I don't know if there was a death but I know there was a massive injury, but I don't know if anybody died in that.
Well, I hope not.
Yeah, because they're not to be messed with. I mean, you'd not think it would be so powerful, but yeah.
Well, yeah, the distribution, just distributing the combustible with the oxidizer is the basis for what they call the fuel air bomb. It's the largest non-nuclear explosion that we have, at least last I know anyway.
Was that the mother of all bombs, the Moab?
Sounds like it, yeah. If I remember correctly, that is a variety of the fuel air bomb.
The Moab is the largest. Yeah, it's the largest non-nuclear bomb that we have, and it's not to be messed with.
I think just to one-up us, the Russians create the FOAB, father of all bombs.
Well, yeah, I know the father of all bombs is out there, but the Russians have already outdone us on the bomb front with the Tsar Bomba, the Tsar bomb, the nuclear bomb that before the test ban treaty, we just kept, quote unquote, testing bombs, bigger and bigger yields on bombs, and the Russians come in with It was an obscene bomb. But the funny thing is, when it detonated, it was the largest nuclear detonation of all time, and the bomb itself was dialed down to 50%. The explosion was a 50 megaton explosion, and that was 50% of what the bomb was actually capable of doing. It was capable of 100 megatons, 100 million tons of TNT. That is, yeah. I mean, that's like moon cracking. You put that inside the moon. You bury that in the moon and you detonate it, and a chunk of the moon would come flying off. That's how powerful that bomb was.
Oh, I'd believe it.
Um,
I think I can't remember whether it was just a teacher in high school or a professor actually, spelled out to us how much a megaton is. And if I remember correctly, it's something insane. Like if you loaded all the dynamite, because that's the measure, and you know that, but anybody else, if you loaded it up into a train, and the train was going, I think something insane like 90 miles an hour, you would have to watch it for like 60 years just to reach 1 megaton.
oh, as it's going by, just car after
Yep.
car after car after car. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of energy with very, very tiny little bits of mass.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of the basis for the book that I've been kind of espouting. I finished the book, Hail Mary, and yeah, there's a lot of science. There's a lot of science in the book, especially having to do with mass and energy. So I don't want to give any spoilers in case like if you want to experience the book or the story or the audiobook or what I would hope would be the movie eventually, because it would make a kick-ass movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fantastic. The ending, I mean, I don't want to give the wrong impression. I love the book. I love the book. But there's one little payoff on the process, on the story, that doesn't pan out. And I was looking forward to it, and it didn't happen. And so I finished the book. I loved the story, loved everything about it, but I wasn't given one piece. Like, I got the whole puzzle, and I loved the whole puzzle, but it's missing one piece. There's one piece that's missing. And it's hard to ignore that one piece, even though everything about it is like makes sense. The story makes sense. The character, all the decisions, everything makes sense about it. But halfway into the book, you sort of, you don't get it hinted at, but you get the possibility of a certain thing happening, and it doesn't happen. And I remember when I finished reading, it was like 2 a.m. because I could not, the last like 5 chapters I read all in one go. But I remember when I finished, I was like, I loved the story. It was good. It was fantastic. But damn it, I was really hoping for one last like scene or one last event to happen. And it didn't, and I was just like, damn it.
Just for clarification, is it something like a lack of a Hollywood ending, or is it that they just didn't think to write in that little?
No, it's the ending. I don't know, how much do you want me to give away?
Not much, preferably.
It's the ending is you get the possibility of an ending, roughly halfway into the book. Maybe a little bit more than halfway into the story. You start out with it with understanding the ending is going to be one way, and then about halfway through you get information that, oh, maybe that's not how it's going to end, right? And so you kind of set yourself up internally for this other better, I would say it's a better ending. And you're like, "Oh, this is going to be interesting." And you kind of start thinking like, how is this going to go? How, what questions, how are they going to write the scenes? And then when you get to the actual ending, it goes a third way that you did not anticipate initially. You did not think this was going to you did not think how it was going to end, but the ending itself is like every science fiction nerd's fantasy, right? Anybody who loves space travel and who thinks like, wouldn't it be awesome if, right, has thought about this. And that ending is like, oh, this would be, every science fiction nerd, like, when they think about this, is like, oh, that would be so cool, like, what a unique experience. That is like something you didn't anticipate, right? So it's still a really good ending. It's still phenomenal, but you don't have the one that you were building up for in your mind. And so that part was a letdown. I was like, damn it. But it, the ending that is in there, it matches the character. It matches, like, I understand why the author did it the way that they did it, but I don't know if you transferred it into a movie, which I don't know why I haven't heard about the movie being made already, because his first book was made into a movie before he was even done with the book. So this one would make a phenomenal movie, very entertaining, as long as they don't put any woke bullshit in it. And I think it would be hard to sell a studio on keeping the ending in the book, because they're going to have an expectation for the audience, where the audience might be like, oh, this is what I expect, and not getting that might be bad. Wow, look, piles over here. Let's grab this one.
Yeah, I think something had happened on there, or was that just the end of two of them?
Yeah, this is where both middle started, right?
Okay.
So we had the two in the middle. So this is the two piles where they ended here.
Oh, I just passed the 10 million mark.
Oh, auto save. Okay, so when you come down, so when you're at the top, right? Yeah, when you come down, that'll be the last run.
Already?
I'm at 14 million.
Nice.
That's 24 million. By the time we get done, we'll probably be about 26 million. And as far as the straw that we have 28 million straw. So we almost doubled the amount of straw that we've accumulated thus far, just with one damn field, and corn, which gives you more straw. But anyway. 14.7 million straw. That's a lot of straw.
Yeah. Looks like I'm about 2/3 done.
Yeah, you're almost to the end.
Well, my cruise was set lower than it needed to be. Oops. All right. 11.05.
Okay, so 14, 20, or no. Forgot how much I had already. Damn it.
I think you said 14.7. So it would be
20,
25.
25.
Or
25 is close.
yeah, yeah.
So glad this silo holds 500 million.
Yeah. I can't remember, is that shared inventory or does each have its own?
That's total. Yeah, it's
Separate.
total storage across everything you put in there.
Okay.
So it's not like 500 million straw, 500 million this.
Yeah.
That'd be a large underground silo. That'd be like apocalyptic government surplus storage.
Yeah.
This is a lot of straw.
Enough straw that might have to start next year's taxes so that you can turn them in on time.
Yeah, I wish I could turn. Hey, maybe I could spin straw into gold. Get some Rumpelstiltskin action going on.
There you go.
That'd be a lot of gold that we just harvested. All right, now. Oh, the dead audio zone. That is very bizarre.
Yeah. So disorienting. I think I said that like 10 minutes ago, but you know, bears repeating.
Nice contrast for this. This is very obvious where I've sprayed.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What's that? The rock distribution?
No. Well, why does only half of this say it needs lime? Oh, I bet, yeah. Okay.
Before the field got expanded?
Yeah. So the top half needs lime, but we're not gonna lime it. Not gonna lime it until we can do the whole enchilada all at once.
Fair enough. Should I grab the other fertilizer?
Yep. All three of them are gonna be running on this baby. The field is big enough to where, yeah. These 3 wide fields definitely could take advantage of all 4 machines.
Before
Yeah.
I get started, I'm going to set the width.
Oh yeah, definitely double check that. Maybe one of them I forgot to reset.
Well, even if you didn't, it's just good practice. Or even if you did, yeah, whatever words. Because I think there's also a client-server issue. Yeah, it looks like as soon as I get over there, I can probably go ahead and start it.
Yep. Oh, I just fertilized some birds. They didn't seem to mind.
Get another one for the center. One.
Now we gotta figure out what we're gonna plant in this field. Good lord. So many decisions. I think I might do cotton in this field. And then work on seeing if I can get a trailer, a version of that trailer that does cotton.
Yeah.
Because there's more to that trailer than just like a thing that loads wood, right? So the wood. There's also like this weird like specialization script that it has to do. I'm not really sure how that all works, but anyway. It's a good map to test it on though, because we got all those cotton bales sitting out. Not that I can't just spawn one in, but oh shit, there's 2 more fertilizers right there. I did already have two more. So now we have 6. Oops. I know I completely forgot that those were sitting there. I don't even remember buying them.
Whoopsie. God, I cannot say that word without doing that little sing-songy part to it. Yeah. And I don't know if it's true for anybody else, but the origin for me at least is Mortal Kombat 2.
He was actually saying toasty.
Was he?
Yes, he was saying toasty. Toasty. And there was some Easter egg, some combination of commands for somehow, I don't know, that had a use. There was definitely a thing that you could do when he would do that. You had to be super fast at it though. I don't think I ever saw an example of somebody pulling it off, but I'm pretty sure there was an Easter egg involving that. There was a reason why he would pop up like that.
If I remember right, I hit all the things in Mortal Kombat 2. I had enough time to explore all the special stuff and things.
Which was it 2? Was it 2 that had the babalities and the animalities? Like they just went way overboard on the different things you could do. It wasn't just fatalities. It was like you could turn your opponent into a little baby or something like that. So
I think that was probably 3. I think 2 might have had fatalities and brutalities, but I could be wrong. It's been
there was brutalities. Yeah, I can't remember. I want to say it was 2, but it could have been 3.
It looks like I turned right.
Yep.
Okay. I'll do a internet search here.
I just remember I could never I'd always get when I would play, I would always get super excited when I'd get a fatality, and all of the command combinations for a fatality would just evaporate out of my head. I could never actually pull. Very rarely I would, if they were super simple, I could do it. But man, my older brother was way better at it than I was.
You're right, it was Mortal Kombat 2. Are all my memories mostly based off of the first one and I'm just remembering wrong?
I mean, the first one was very basic.
Okay, probably not then.
Yeah, the first one only had fatalities.
Maybe
that's what they were famous for.
Maybe I didn't have a good enough book or whatever to give me all the hints and tricks to figure everything out.
Yeah, because I remember the very first one. I mean, as far as an arcade game, it was by far the most popular arcade game in the whole building. And then the Nintendo, of all companies, Nintendo got the rights for console version. but they wanted to tame down the violence, which is funny. That's the whole game was famous for the violence. So in the Nintendo version, I remember when we got it, the red, when you would hit somebody, in like the red blood that would spill out, copious amounts of red blood, they changed the color to green. So it was like it didn't make any sense why it was green, but I think it was a really easy change because there was one character that was like a reptile or something, and they had green blood already, and so they just made everybody use that same sprite set, so it was always the same. But I remember we played it on Nintendo. I think it was Super Nintendo. Like, was it Super Nintendo or regular Nintendo?
Yeah, Super.
Yeah, Super Nintendo, and yeah, crazy game. Now my brother is my younger brother has a PlayStation 5 and took it over to my older brother's house, and they played the brand new 4K, like brand new Mortal Kombat. My brother was like, it's beyond violent. He goes, it's shockingly violent. The fatalities and stuff are just like, what?
I think I might have saw a previous one, and I think it was Mortal Kombat 4, where it's like, wow.
Yeah, like close-ups of bones breaking and just like, what? It's so funny. Right. So while you wait for that one, go ahead and grab a couple and put them in the middle. It's going to take me a while to get through the other side of this field.
Yeah, just gonna get lined up here quick. There, that looks good.
So yeah, it's turning orange again. This is interesting. Not 100% sure what controls that, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lime definitely is only on the top third of the field, so I'm not going to worry about that. Really wanted to
Maybe
buy
it's
more
simple.
land today.
Yeah.
We're going to have to sell all of the things. Clothes and cake and just... Yeah, the rest of the field, this is going to be, I would guess, 10 to 15 million to buy the rest of the map.
Get this guy working. I'll get the last one. Looks like yours is almost ready for that second one to get going.
Yeah, on the west side, you can start that one.
Uh, By the time I get down there, I should be able to see which way the other one went. So you decided on cotton?
Yeah, it gives me incentive to actually do the trailer. Higher. We're going left.
Yep.
There we go.
After this,
One,
rock
two.
picking?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 workers. All right. Let's see if we can get a new record. Oh man, I should have driven. Okay, darn it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. There's number 9.
Start this one on west side, or should I go to the center?
Might as well start one in the center.
Alright.
Because this one... We're going to want to drive along the top because the... yeah, maybe do that with the last one. Because this field overlaps a little bit on the other land that we don't own. And,
Ah,
so... Unfortunately, the top... About, I don't know, 5 or 6 meters. Higher. Good to go. Hey. There's, what, 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oss's one makes 11.
yep, I just hired him, so. I'll grab this last one here. Hit the north side first.
Oh, we can't hire him.
Oh, too many?
Yeah, 10 is the limit. Okay,
Wow.
well, that's good to know. I had no
Yeah.
idea that there was actually a limit. Yeah, you said you
Makes a
hired
difference.
him, and then I looked, and the thing had stopped in the middle of the field. You
Oh,
said you had hired him, and um,
guess I was paying attention. I usually don't notice the messages because they're ways off the main view. Well, that's okay because I mean we need something to do anyway.
right? I just don't know which direction this is going to go, because that'll largely dictate. I don't want to go a direction and then eventually hire another worker and then have it try to go the other direction.
Yeah.
Um, so I'll stop it before I get to the end of the field in the middle, and then because we're just about done with the sprayers on the west side. So E, I think, yeah, the E sprayer can be fired when he gets to the top. So I'm going to stop this guy right here. And then hop into E. All right, well, I guess 10 is not only the new record, it's as high as it's going to get. 10 workers is all you can do. This is a big field to have 10 workers all at once
Yeah.
running. I guess it's a limitation of the game.
Yeah.
The Lua backend probably is hard coded for iterating through 10 workers at maximum.
Which is weird to have hard coded limits on stuff nowadays.
Yeah, the new city skylines, which I'm definitely I'm on the fence about whether to get the regular version or whether to get like the more expensive like Ultimate Edition. I mean, it's a lot of difference. It's like $40 more. And I'm not. I mean, basically, it's. I don't know. I'd have to look at it again. I'm on the fence about it. Um,
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's adding much.
I mean, yeah, it adds a little bit. It adds, you know, one of the packs is going to be like 150 different buildings. Something. You know, it looks like it's tangibly good. And hire this guy. See which direction he's going to go. He went right.
Alright, so set this one up to go
Yep.
left side.
Left side. Oh my god, there's a tiny... You kidding?
Oh no.
Oh my god. Damn it.
And I gotta run this one manually, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can hire the worker and see on an off chance that he goes to the left. So just track it. If he gets down to the bottom and goes the right way, then you can just leave him because then he's going the right way. But
True.
I mean, you got a coin flip. You got a 50-50 chance whether or not he goes the right way because yeah. I'm not even sure at this point how the script determines which direction to go. Because there's no consistency to it.
Yeah.
You know, the sprayer goes right, the planter goes left, the rock picker goes left, the plow goes right. Like it's just what there's no consistency of what direction it goes. Even though each one of those tools, both directions were equally available, it was a different result. So I don't know what dictates it.
Is it possible that it actually tries to be smart and looks at the amount of space that it has to do and picks the one with the larger number?
No, based on how I've seen it completely mess up and go and destroy crops that are already made, like they're already growing.
True.
And it just overrode, like it just plows through a field that's already growing, and it's like, really, there's no sanity check that, you know, if you're plowing a field under, maybe have a pop-up that says, are you sure you want to obliterate this field? Because there ain't no going back. Alright, this side is good to go.
Ooh, it's actually going to the left. Imagine that.
Oh, shit.
Oof. Misses a bunch on the bottom, though.
Dun, dun, dun. Finished work. Oh, they didn't collide, did they? Oh, they kind of did. Always fun to see them when they smash together.
Yeah.
I love to go up there and check and then have a little sprayer off to the side. Like, oh, these two sprayers smashed together and they produced a little itty bitty sprayer. This one could use some fuel.
Yeah, it's not syncing the maps up to me correctly all the time. Like here, I can't tell how far the the fertilizers are done now, right? But I couldn't tell how far they had gone. It looks like it's doing okay on the plowing though.
Do you have fertilizer? Do you have the thing selected over on the right? Because you can enable and disable those.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. It just, I don't know, there's something. Maybe I had something else that was showing up that was overriding it or making it harder to see, harder to tell.
This one could use some fuel too.
one's doing pretty good on fuel. Should I fill it anyway, since you're looking at it? Well, I suppose fuel probably gets desynced so quickly it doesn't really matter.
And it's they're not in danger of running out completely. It's just if they need some fuel, it's best just to. I'm sort of lining them up so we can just drive them over to the fuel, or ideally drive the fuel to the machine, because it'd be a lot easier to fill them up.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't really have. Yeah, this one isn't bad. There's two right now that I know that are gonna need it.
Where are we on the rest of the stuff?
All right.
Looks like we gotta play the waiting game.
Yeah. Now it's just a matter of time. Let's go fill this guy up. So that next one we need to fill up too. So the fuel is over here. Yeah, I get an FPS hit as well. Two of those, yeah, those other two sprayers I'll probably end up selling. Can't believe I bought. Oh, damn it! There's a tank right there. And there's one thing, because when I'm looking away from the base, so that none of the vehicles are on screen, the FPS does not recover for me.
Strange.
So
oh, go ahead.
It's almost like there's no occlusion culling with the renderer, which is really surprising.
Almost has to be for at least some things, because I was seeing such a huge impact on it. Although maybe it wasn't GPU that was the problem, maybe it was CPU. Mine is doing better now. I closed another program I got running and opened it again. It's much better now. That was a while ago. I just didn't think to mention it.
Okay. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Well, that's just. Oh man.
Oh, what's up?
God damn it. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't anticipate this being a problem, but it is a problem.
Is the top not plowed?
It's treating it as not plowed. So, it's getting to the end, turning around and plowing just the very end. So it wasn't actually going down the row anymore.
Yeah.
So it skipped a huge amount of the field while it was doing little bits at the top here. So the rock picker almost caught up with it.
Yeah.
So we just got to make sure that goes the right way when it gets down to the bottom. Obviously, we're not going to scoop those up quite yet. For some reason, it didn't do it on the other side. The plowing, I don't know, maybe there was there's just enough of an overlap over here to make it wig out. But let's watch this and see what happens. Yeah, this one's properly detecting that little sliver of plowing there that it has to stop and turn around. But for some reason, the other one was, I don't know. You, sir, need to be a little bit better at not overlapping so much, because that's why we have to constantly have a little slivers left, because they overlap way too much.
Yeah.
All right, that should continue on.
Because yeah, looking at your map is quite different than looking at mine. Like some of it is the same, but like the plowed bits, I have blue lines, and in between each line is a brown line.
Turn off the mulched option.
I had done that in the past, but yeah, let's take a look. Oh, okay. Now it looks better. That's weird because I had turned off or cycled through a whole bunch of the things.
Yeah, the corn is special. Those corn headers, that mulch thing is the corn headers actually auto mulch the ground where the wheels normally, like the wheels sit. So it like, I don't know why they did it that way, but apparently it makes a difference. I don't know.
Looks like this north side really needs to be hit by a stone collector again.
Well, I had to plow that again, because that's where the plow was messing up, because there was not enough space there. So we have to wait until the very end to do that.
So it must just be the plowing itself that determines rocks.
It's when you plow it. So if you take a piece of plowed ground, you can run the plow over and over and over again, and the rocks won't get worse, right? So the plow, if it's already plowed, you can run it and plow it over and over again, the rocks won't get worse. Once you do something else to the ground, like the rock picker, or a sprayer, or whatever, and then you plow it again, that increases the level of the rock. So it's like, I don't know why those rocks are red up there. I have no idea why or how they're red, because that was already plowed and collected. So the orange rocks were already collected, so there weren't actually any rocks there. And yet when that plow came through again, it turned them red. It was very, very strange.
I think I actually might know. They probably just forget or didn't reset the variable. It probably was still at orange level, because the crops probably, or when it's reset, it's probably not the rock collection that resets the level of it. It's some other process, like planting or something like that.
I mean, it could be. It's not out of the realm of possibility for sure.
It'd be crazy, but not many other explanations really, or a fluke. I mean.
Yeah, normally what I've seen in test worlds and stuff is if I leave the yellow rock untouched and go through a whole planting cycle, and then when I plow it again, it turns red. It immediately goes to red. So the fact that this is orange, this is the first time I have ever had a field turn orange.
I was gonna arrange this one, or was this the one you were gonna take from east to west?
Uh,
Planter. Yeah, that's it.
that one goes in the middle.
Okay.
Or the other one that was sitting there? Oh, I guess you grabbed the one that I already had pointing the right way.
Yeah, I did. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you can put that one in the middle. I'll just grab the other one. Let's fire this guy. So glad that other rock picker went the right direction. That just helps out so much. Again, it was
Yeah.
a 50-50 shot. I've had them where I start one in the middle and it goes right, and then I start the next one and it goes right, and there's nothing I can do to get it to go the other direction. It just, yeah.
It's funny because even though it's a 50-50 shot, it's like, in that particular instance, it's like 100 to 1 shot for it to actually work out correctly.
Yeah, the other thing is once it goes that direction, right? And
Yep.
again, I haven't looked at the scripts at all, but once it goes a certain direction, then it continues to go that direction, right? Every time it gets up. So there must be some variable in there somewhere that knows which direction it started at, because that second rock picker in the middle, having it go left, which was the good way, right, doesn't necessarily mean when it gets to the end of the field that it goes right, that it goes the right direction, which was right. So it goes left and then right and then left and then right, blah, 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 blah. So that tells me that there's something in there that's controlling or at least storing the last direction, and it just swaps directionality with a minor check on the ground, depending on, like, there's probably a simple check is if I go, if left is the direction and I go left, is there a field there to even touch, right? And there's just a simple check or something. X Y coordinate, is that a field? And if it is, then it does the turn and whatever. I'm really hoping. Wow, the shadows are just bad. Whatever the next version they come up with for this, whatever number they come up with, whether it's 24, 25, whatever. I'm really hoping they spend a decent amount of time on the AI, the worker AI feature. Because as cool and relaxing as the game is, being able to hire AI workers just to take care of what you need to take care of, yeah, that is definitely something that should be should be sort of fleshed out and made better.
Yep. And it's weird because it's close enough, or it would be close enough if it just took one extra step.
Yeah, it's the fact that like the crossplay mod, like you have a modder out there that does a better script than the game company itself. After 6 versions of the game itself, like
Yeah.
to me that is just like why is there a modder out there that can produce a better script than a company that should have been iterating on this problem many times over the last 10 years. And it should be a well-honed machine at this point. The fact that it isn't tells me they've probably gone through a few different people and they've probably tasked a few different people to solve the problem, and so the code is probably a mess.
Yup.
All right.
Funny how quickly code can get messy too,
Oh yeah.
especially if you have more than one person.
Oof. Yeah. I mean, GitHub has revolutionized source control, but yeah, it's still pretty messy. Okay. No, Mr. Plow. Bad Plow. You little dirty rat. Yeah.
Was he gonna?
He was headed towards the already nice manicured garden or manicured land. Little sneaky bastard. He was like, "Ooh, there's some over there to plow. Let's plow that." God damn it. Overeager plowing employee.
Right, now we just gotta wait for those rock pickers to finish up.
Shouldn't be too long. This one over here is offset because of the shenanigans. Shenanigans. Actually, I'm going to take this time. I'm going to drive this one. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to drive this one down to the other corner. So I've got one on the northeast corner. This one will be on the southwest corner.
All right, you want me to drive that one?
So yeah, what we're going to do is each one go down the headland, and then when you turn to go up the long side, that's when you can hire the worker already.
Yeah.
So if we do it at the same time, by the time we hire the worker, the headland should be done. And I've already lined up and got the northeast one ready to rock and roll. All you need to do is get in it, hit Control W, and you should be lined up perfectly. You just got to make sure to turn it on.
Ooh, sounds complicated.
Yeah, you gotta flip a switch, man. I'm sorry, I couldn't make it any better than that. Should already be set to cotton and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's weird. My map now looks a lot more than yours now that I turned off the mulch. Don't know how the hell I missed that. But it's weird because it has darker fertilization lines, kind of interspersed throughout, and it's not like the plots where it was missing a little bit from the grass. It's actual lines along there, like the fertilizing stopped, and then started again a little bit.
So you have two different shades of blue?
Yep.
You have mulching turned off, but you have two different shades of blue.
Yep. It's little blue horizontal lines scattered across. I can even turn off the rest of them. So yeah, now I'm left with just the fertilized window.
Well, what did you just turn off?
Uh,
You said you just turned off something.
I turned off all of them, so the only one that was appearing was fertilized. Let me turn them on one at a time. And
Yeah,
see.
fertilized for me is one solid color of blue.
Yep.
Really the only
I think it's probably a sync issue. If I logged out and logged back in, it'd probably be fine. Because if I look at the other plots, they're fine.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yep.
Oh, this is gonna be just too wide. Darn it.
Oh.
I always try to hope the spacing is so... Oh, there's a single rock that was missing on C. Why did that... Mr. C,
Oh, strange.
why did you miss that? That's very, very, very weird. Alright, so when this one turns around, it's not going to be able to get that full thing. So what we're going to do... Yeah, we're going to let D come down. We're not going to fire that guy yet. Because it doesn't hurt anything if they cover the same area twice. I just like to... I like to grab the vehicles when they're on the top of the field. That way it's a lot less driving to get them back to base. So as much as possible, get them to the top of the field.
So D is gonna have to take another trip down. Right?
Yeah, he's gonna go all the way down again and then come all the way back up. And the one on my back up is gonna be kind of pointless because he's not gonna actually do anything. But I think when he's down on the bottom, we can grab. There's one little rock on the bottom here that I just missed.
Weird. So how about, yeah, these two. This one of these is gonna need to make another trip too. It's so close.
And it's so nice that the wings don't actually have collision on them. They just phase right through one another. Glorious.
Yeah. Be nice if we rigged the rest of them to do that too. Just so we didn't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, lot of interaction.
I don't even know. Oh man, the number of things. Every single object on those wings has to be. You have to change the collision flags, and the collision flags in this game are the root of a lot of issues. Because man, oh man, yeah.
All right, I'm in D, so I'll get the little bit down there, and I'll probably just since I'm at it, I'll hit the south side just to make sure there's no other little rocks that got missed. Yeah, there we go. You know, that's weird. Since they're limited to 10 workers, like hard-coded, why do you sometimes get the same letter?
That is a good question.
Because I always figured it was, just since you can do it unlimited, it cycles through them or something and ends up picking the same one, but weird. I guess some of the quirks of this game, it's maybe best just not to ask.
Better not to know.
Do you want to grab H when it's done, or should I?
I'll. Let's see. I'm almost back. I'm just trying to get these off the field. Don't worry about emptying them. Well, you are done, Mr. H. Noise.
Actually went through the trouble and unloaded the stones in this one. I detached the trailer while it was moving, and the trailer just kind of skids for a little while. I just had to know what it did.
All right. Are we ready?
Yep, good to go.
Oh, you're up. Okay, you're down on that one?
Yep.
Alrighty.
I thought you were in the one up there already.
I just was double checking it. Making sure it was ready to go.
Alright, gotta lower it.
Lower, level, and run it.
Oops. Not F3. 3. Yeah, first time we're bothering to go with this level of coordination, ain't it?
Yeah. I mean, we're that good at it now. I mean, it just took practice, you know. That's what I was trying to get Wildman, you know, trained up, and
Oh,
you know.
damn it! I must not hit Control E.
Yeah, turning
We're just
turning
that good at it.
around is a lot harder in that thing than just backing it up. And backing up has its problems too, but yeah, you've got to make sure you hit Control W because it will drift very badly. I've done that too, but I can't believe I'm planting
Interesting.
cotton.
It wasn't consuming fertilizer nor seed until it
Well,
got
that's
to
good.
a point where, yeah.
Come on. And higher work. Go forth and plant me cotton.
We probably better check on this one once it gets to the top. Once I get it all situated. Since it's so close to the other field.
Yeah. You want some help with that?
Oh, no, I'm just gonna hop out and pull it back a little. That's the easy way of doing it.
I've done it so many times. I can flip this thing around in 90 degrees with 20 seconds.
Yeah.
But it takes a lot of practice trying with these articulated tractors.
Yeah. That's close enough.
The trick is like instead of like holding down A or D, just like tapping it so you keep a shallower angle as you turn. rather than going full left or full right, you try to like feather it a little bit. It'd be
Yeah.
infinitely easier with a steering wheel. um, but yeah, being able to just turn, a couple degrees. I don't even know how the game would react to that, but much
Yeah.
preferable. And the workers should have no problem turning around. They just do it a lot slower. Very, very cautious.
Yeah.
Um,
They
even
could also do that backing up thing really well.
yeah, and the angle when they do a turn, when they're going into the the other lane, they turn at the perfect angle to go a whole half moon arc and be perfectly lined up in the next lane. Like,
Yeah.
that is hard to do. All right, which direction are you going, sir? I have to wait until he backs up. He backs up and then turns, so I have to wait.
Yeah. Yep, he's turning to the left.
Okay. And away you go. There's 4 planters at a time. What is the width of one of those? I can't even remember. Planter. 36.5 meters. So that's 146 meters every trip down the field. Each one of these grid squares, that's 400 meters. So that's that's 1,200 meters. And if we're doing 140, 152 meters. So, well, not too many trips it takes to fill all this in. That's why I like the DB120. It's a shame that the company didn't make it as part of the vanilla game. I don't know why somebody had to make a mod for it, but
Yeah.
Wow, 7 o'clock already.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going for a light supper. I made I made one of the pizzas, one of the DiGiorno pizzas I have in the freezer yesterday, and oh man, yeah, I had a rough night. It was a rough night. Pepto Bismol was involved. Yeah, it was rough. Go for like a neutral supper tonight. Um, wow. One of our tractors has 18.4 hours on it. Not bad.
Nice.
Um, 35, 38. I mean, that should be enough. I hope. I'm really hoping we get this wheat harvest in soon. Because the entire purpose of that harvest was to make seed. Now, granted, I can toss in some corn into the farm supply factory. We have a little bit of corn. Just a little bit. We have a little bit of corn. But like at this point, I've forgotten like what I mean, soybeans. That's that. Oats. That's that. Wheat. That's that one. Sunflowers is there, and then cotton is this one down here. For some reason, grass. I don't know if by default grass is turned off, but it's weird. I don't know why. But yeah. As far as like, for some reason, these planters, I changed them. Last time I edited them. No, it was the map, I think. Yeah. For some reason, the map settings had it so you could plant like grapes and olives with one of these like DB120s, because the DB120, the specification of what it can plant are categories, right? So there's a category of like cedar, or there's a category of like sewing machine, and in that category is the map has that definition of what crops are included in that category. And for some reason, the original map, and this was true with the Rolling Hills map and the Prairie Hills map, I didn't catch it. I didn't actually change it until I think this version, the Prairie Flats. One of those I don't know if it was planter or sewing machine, but one of those categories had grapes and olives in. So you'd get in here and you'd cycle through the different seed types. Grapes and olives were in there, even though it was like, I don't know how those are going to grow, right? Because that's a way different system. I mean, I would imagine it would have corrupted the map. I just can't imagine that it would have actually worked. That the map itself would have just been completely obliterated. Because the next month, right, if you imagine the simulation in the back end, the very next month, it's going to try to iterate through the fields to grow the next stage. That's just how it just iterates through, grows the next stage. Well, it's going to hit that grape. It's going to try to grow it to the next stage. And it's going to be like, what am I doing here? Like, there's no trellises. There's none of the normal stuff that, you know, that the grapes have, or the olives for that matter. So how does that even work? I was afraid to even try it because I was just assuming it would corrupt the save and it would have been unusable. But anyway, yeah, the whole grapes over here I'm definitely going to edit these hydroponic farms, these greenhouses, because oh man, the grapes are it's just crazy how different they are and how manual they have to be compared to hiring workers. And the giant fields we have here, imagine a field of grapes the size of the field we're planting right now. I mean, that would take literal real life days. You'd have several people. It would take hours and hours and hours to fertilize it, then mulch it, then plow it, and then harvesting. It would be insane how long it would take. So as far as the scalability, grapes are just way down on the list compared to all of the other crops that we can plant. Vastly different system. right? Only about, I would say, 5 more passes, maybe 6. These things do a pretty wide ass swath every time they go through the field. It's why I found them and modded them in the first place. So. Alright, while these are finishing up, let's go drop off all of the stone that we just picked up.
Do we have any others that?
Nope, they're parked by the bees.
Ah,
The big beehive by the chicken pen.
oh, the chicken pen.
Now we picked off a good, like, 500 something thousand stone off that field. Not bad. Oh, the chicken. Speaking of the chickens, the eggs are full.
Good thing to catch that now rather than pass a day and miss a whole bunch.
Yeah, there's already a bunch of crates out there, so it's not only full, but it's overflowing.
Yeah. Use super strength a lot to get things into the right position, just because the steering latency and stuff like that is just such a pain in the butt to deal with. There. Derp.
It'd be a crazy amount of wealth on this farm if this was like just how much money and machinery is sitting out here.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Let me tell you.
I'll take care of the eggs.
Alrighty.
Oh,
Just go
chicken
ahead.
escaped.
No.
Hmm?
Yeah, you can go ahead and sell the eggs. Why don't you go drive by Actually, with that load of eggs, drive by the bakery and offload there, and then whatever you have left, stop by the donut factory that I just placed and drop off the rest there. Which is behind the, yeah, just the, it says donuts out front. Should be easy to find.
All right.
I think I can. I feel like over. He's like, you know what time it is? It's way overtime. You're way past due. It's the TREAT tax. Yeah, it's the tax for the cuteness and the softness. Yeah, it's a daily tax.
Yup. Should I offload some more at the donut shop?
What do you mean? Yeah, offload.
More eggs.
Yeah, you should be able to drop off all of them in the donut shop after you've dropped them off in the bakery. The bakery probably needed a few, but you don't have to. You don't have to take the few that are piled there. Like we can sleep a night and not have it fill up. But
Alrighty, eggs are handled.
excellent.
Only broke half of them.
Well, as long as you didn't personally hatch any of them, you know, that would be make me worried. Like,
Did I tell you about that? I don't think it'd qualify as a meme, more just like a mini comic strip about eggs, where one character is just sitting there eating his eggs, and the second character is telling him, you know, that there's no real danger in you're not eating an unborn fetus because they're not fertilized. So what you're actually eating is the chickens, period.
oh,
And of course, the second character, you know, at that point gets big eyes and kind of spits it all out.
damn.
More accurate.
I think I'm gonna set flour and maybe sugar. Flour and sugar to automatically distribute. Kind of tired of. So, I mean, here. Sugar, distributing, flour, distributing. Now, I don't know how often it does that. The pig food in here, that we can just sell straight up. I don't even know how much it's worth, but it's a secondary. It's like secondary output of one of the recipes. Kind of several of the recipes, but oh shit. No!
Oh no, did someone...
Not in time. Oh, whew.
Shoot.
Wow, that was close. That was close. I mean, we hit, but I caught it. Caught it in time to avoid the worst of it.
This one on the south side a little bit more, so that it's...
I did catch that one. That one was turning around, and it would have hit head on with the H up there. So
H looks like it was pretty well aligned.
Yep, H was good, but yeah, the other one was turning around, so it was facing like they would have collided head on. They would have been center to center.
Yeah.
All right. I fold it up, ready to go.
Whoa.
I saw the tail end of that.
Yeah, one of those minor corrections that ends up being a major correction.
Well, yeah, if you're going 90 miles an hour, a minor correction is not minor.
Well, the steering. Even if I tap it, sometimes it will. Sometimes it's fine, but other times it's like it takes an entire second of pushing the button rather than just the microsecond tap.
Hmm. Yeah, can't. I know.
Oh yeah.
Since I talked to her, since I looked at her and talked to her, she was like, "Oh, he knows." So she walked away, and then I didn't get up and do anything. She's like, she comes back and she reaches her paw up and she's like, "Hey."
I thought we discussed this.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I told you. It's time to pay the tax. You did not listen. All right. And he's driving that one up. Yay. Glorious. All right. Well, that was 2 enormous harvests. And hopefully on Saturday, when we come through this again, that we will be able to basically pick up the Well, I don't even know. I don't even know if we're gonna get to harvest this on Saturday because the it takes a while. So we gotta process the oats here and the sunflowers over here and the wheat over here. So there's by the time the cotton comes in, I hopefully will have a trailer. So I'm gonna have one of these kinds of trailers. I'm gonna try to edit it. This one is edited for logging, right? So I want to try to use that as a template to make one for cotton. And yeah, I'm hoping that I can do that. It's going to be a lot of nitty gritty, like figuring out of XML. Oh, it's going to be crazy. Anyway, that is going to do it for the stream, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by. Anybody and everybody who came by, anybody and everybody who left a like. And yeah, I hope you all come by again on Saturday, where we will continue the Uber Mega Farm. Hopefully. I wanna work the land until we've got the whole enchilada in fields, except for this bit down here. I'm not gonna worry about that. But yeah, and then Saturday again we're gonna have I'm gonna have these greenhouses modded to include grapes because I am kind of over the grape process. We've done it a few times, and it's enough for me. So I hope everybody's okay with that. Smooth lining the grapes is on board. But anyway, thank you all for coming by, and see you on